Good morning, boys and girls. How are we doing? Pizza day has arrived. It is Friday indeed. That it is. It is the last day of the week for normal people. Hope everybody is well. Right, let's make sure we got this set up. I didn't even change the title today. Oh, God. Feeling lazy. Alrighty. Morning, Mr. Streamer. Welcome in, Kieran. Good morning. My apple juice slushy. Lovely stuff. Sun's out this morning. It's a good day to sit indoors and play some video games. That's how we do. Right, let's see what's on the card, shall we? Let's have a little bit of a looky. Oh, some random ass trash I was throwing up on the auction house. I need to actually put all of this just on my bank character, make things much easier to sell it. Let's grab all of this. I'm actually going to send that over to Bank Theus. A few times in the last few days I've been whispered by people as well. Few days I've been whispered by peeps whilst cancel scanning, saying hi, which is very weird. It's very weird to me still. I know I put myself out there on the internet, but it's still odd when I get people like just randomly whispering who know me. Sorry, know of me. It's very odd. It looks very drinkable. I've got an eyelash or something in my eyes. Pain. Oh, yeah, my apple juice slushies in the morning, I've taken a liking to them. Pure natural apple juice straight off my tree. It's wonderful. I love it. Why is it saying I've got weekly quests today? This little week aura, I think it's doing a madness, you know. It's saying I've got 3 weekly things to do, but I definitely don't. Every day this week aura seems to need an update. Voz list? What the hell is Voz list? What? I don't even know what that is. Delete. Random ass week was coming out of nowhere. Set up my scribe yesterday to be able to craft the torch offhand for myself. Somebody paid 100k for Q5 619. Yeah, it's work order season, isn't it? Big time work order season. Those people who've been planning and prepping and pushing to be able to make the top tier stuff are finally able to like start looking at cashing in on it, which is cool. That one's acceptable. Providing everything but the onyxes. 150 gold for knowledge point. I don't know how many of you spotted, I tweeted out yesterday. This is on the... Now, I need to clarify. It's a PTR change, meaning it's not live yet. But they are... On the PTR now, you can fill work orders from your warbank. Which is just... Oh, beautiful. Much needed. It's not in live yet. It'll probably come in the next patch, but at least it is something that they are fixing. It's interesting to me that it's clearly not something that they can change just with a hotfix, which is odd, but either way, we won't have to do all of this running around. Just dump all mats in warbank. Done. I cannot wait. Have we got... Oh, yeah, I was going to say, if we got a resourcefulness tool, I don't think we can be that fussy on this dude, can we? Okay, knowledge point. This one's the scumbag one. You want quality 3 in your... Well, at least you're providing the crushed gemstones. But doing this at quality 3 is going to use all of my concentration and some. So, nope. Got back from a 24-hour shift, barely slept this night, and this morning I found out a friend of mine has died. Amuse me. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Well, that's a heartthrob right there. That's never fun. That's never enjoyable. Well, my condolences, Mr. Derp. Maybe those 24-hour shifts will at least help take your mind off it. That's a bit of a bummer for sure. My regards, my friend. Clearly gone about the war within goal making the wrong way, looking at my stockpile. Oh, looking at that stockpile of materials. Well, I've spread wide, haven't I? I spread wide rather than going sort of narrow and deep. So yeah, my war bank is looking. Well, in fact, to be fair, there's a lot of stuff in here that I need to kind of like either do something with it right away, because material prices are super volatile. So there's a huge amount of ore in here that I need to either do something with, or I just need to sell it. If I'm not going to do anything with it, I should just sell it. There's no added value to sitting on it for ages. 22 gold a piece is the current, 23 gold a piece is the current market price for this ore. It's quality 1 ore, so I can't see it changing all that much. Now, if I'm not going to actually prospect it, like right here, right now, I should probably just get rid of it while the prices are good on it. I'm also going away for the weekend, which leads me to wonder if I should purge some of these materials. I've got like a huge amount of quality 3 storm dust, for example, where I could just sell it now and I could actually turn a profit on selling it now. If not, I need to do something with it like literally today. At least craft something with it, add some value to it, throw it out there. So I might have to look at doing a little bit of that in a minute. In fact, I'm almost convinced I'm never going to do much of anything with all of this Akirite. Standing there prospecting, what is 25, how much is it? 32,000. 32,000 Akirite. The reality is I paid about 15 gold a piece for it. I could sell it for 23. That's a 50% profit margin on it. There ain't no way I'm going to extract more than 50% profit margin out of it, I don't think, by prospecting with it. Plus, the only different... yeah. I've also got nearly 1,000 null stones. I should probably either do or sell those as well. Do something or sell those. That's a few thousand sanctified alloys. Today is not the day to be crafting and selling sanctified alloys, though. Although today's maybe the day to do it. Tomorrow would be the day to sell them, but I'm not here tomorrow. Just found you from your YouTube vid, 1 to 100 jewel crafting. Come to the stream, and I'm jewel crafting. Oh, I jump about all of the professions. I'm on jewel crafting this very second, but at any point, feel free to ask questions about any of the professions. If I know off the top of my head, I will part some knowledge. Otherwise, we'll get there at some point. Yeah, okay, the reality is I don't think I need to do too much with this dude, because he's spec'd for concentration. What's the situation with leatherworking? Where did I get to with this yesterday? I need 10 more points to unlock the final ones. This is an entirely selfish approach to leatherworking, just so that I can, on a whim, make any of my army of hunters a piece of gear, should they need it, with their sparks. How many dungeons will it take for the blasphemite recipes to drop on average? Absolutely no idea. Just buy them off the auction house. Don't waste your time. Yeah, never waste your time on something you can just buy. That's my theory, at least, with gold making. If you just buy it off the auction house, do it. Then that gives you far more time back to go do something else. Let's have a look at the prospecting numbers real quick. need to take a little bit of a look at my prospecting calculator. Not that it's very updated because I haven't prospected any Iron Claw to get any data for it, but just to try and see if I'm going to sell this Akirite or if I'm going to do something with it. What in the world is this track? I've put a new playlist on this morning and I'm not sure I'm a fan. Not sure I'm a fan. Put the background music back in the background.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Whoa, okay. Sure. How many of these are bait prices then? Even 20 gold a piece is a bait. It's not even profitable at 20 gold a piece. Jesus. Prospecting's in the bin. Whoa, that's a huge delta. That's a huge amount of, what's going on there? Q3 gem dust running out. Maybe we are in line to see some prospecting value kick in. Maybe once the gem market really pushes into 5th gear. Now this early in the morning is not a great time to plan for all of this because there's usually a lot of expired auctions overnight that aren't back on the auction house yet, but basic bits gems don't seem to have really gone anywhere in price at all ever. Nullstone is rising. Basic ore is competitively priced. Glass is pretty plentiful. Pebbles are crazy, man. 100 gold for pebbles. It's really surprising. Even with 100 gold on pebbles, you still can't really churn. You can't chunk through ore. I'm partly of the belief, you know, that selling all of that ore right now and just taking a bit of a profit on the price I paid on it is probably the smart move. I'm not sure I'm going to stand around prospecting for 1 to 2% margins for too long. Why is it taking some of it from over here? Much confused. I'll leave a bit in the bank. What about all this Q2 ore? I can shift some of this as well, I reckon. Save a little bit of it. Just don't feel it's worth stockpiling so much of this right now. Big question, what am I going to do with all of these gems? I think the gems are worth holding on to. I think the gems are probably worth holding on to. I think we're still going to see a bit of a spike on gems when everybody starts getting the gear they actually want.
I have an extended supply of goods for
But for
outlanders.
now, 2470. You know what? I'm happy to let it go in there. $50's a nice round number, isn't it? Okay. That's... what does that amass to? Wow, is the auction house being slow today? Oh no, there we go. 1.8 million mats. What's your opinion about the expansion life circle, so to say? I kind of believe we'll only get 2 major patches every 3 to 4 months. So in 12 to 14 months, we'll probably get a new expansion. I've had suspicions that the cycle of expansions might be quicker. Now, during Dragonflight, we obviously had Season of Discovery, we had Plunderstorm, and then we had Remix. We had 3 very distinct other things to keep us busy. 2 of which were sort of more retail related. Season of Discovery, obviously, was Season of Discovery, but my suspicion for a while has been that they want to have a quicker turnaround. I don't think they want any downtime. And I think this is the reason why they're working on 3 expansions simultaneously. I think this is the reason why they now have a massive development team that can segregate off and do many different things at the same time. I'm pretty convinced they don't basically want any downtime. So I, at the very least, would expect in 12 to 14 months time to see the alpha or the beta for the new expansion. I still think it might take them 18 months between actual launches, but I'm pretty convinced we have had the days of like actual 2 years expansions. I don't think they want to work to a 2-year cycle anymore. There's too much room for like fall off. The easiest way to stop people unsubscribing and the easiest way to stop people falling off is to make sure there's no sizable gaps of 0 dead content. They had to... I think Dragonflight was their ability to get that ball rolling, but internally I think they needed to drop some other things in the middle during Dragonflight, such as Remix, such as Plunderstorm, such as, you know, funny game modes like Season of Discovery. I think they had to do some of that to keep us busy and still have a reasonably long expansion so that they could get ahead of themselves. So that, my theory at least, this is all very theoretical, my theory is that they can just go boom, 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 content, 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 and get it down to about sort of... I think their perfect scenario is 12-month expansions, I think. 12-month expansions feel about perfect because flipping everything works on calendar years, you know? But we'll see. We'll see. Jewel Crafter's Notebooks. Did this dude not do any work orders this week? Did I not do any jewel crafting work orders? Did we not have new patron orders through? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they, as much as I don't like it particularly, I'm pretty sure they quite quickly learned that early access and selling people beta is a great way to make money. And so I think this is why I say in about 12 months time, it wouldn't surprise me if we see a beta for what we already know is going to be midnight. So yeah. And I think the fact that we know the names of the new expansions and we know that this is like a 3-part saga means they don't have like this big, huge BlizzCon level announcement where they tell us the new expansion name and we get spoiler, you know, there'll still be spoiler season and leak season and all that sort of silly stuff. But I'm pretty convinced these next 3 expansions are going to be like boom, boom, boom. Whilst previously 3 expansions would have taken 6 years, I think they'll probably get 3 expansions done in about 4 years, if I'm honest. If they can generate 6 years worth of revenue in 4 years, that's 50% growth over what they were previously doing, which with Microsoft at the helm is something I suspect might happen. Miners, Akirite, Horde, Guild Order up. Who makes that? Mining accessory, engineering. Oh, I don't have the recipe. Is my coffee done? My coffee's done. We have consumed the apple juice. Now it is time to consume the caffeine, the coffee. The faster they make new expansions, the faster they make money. Yeah, exactly. This is the thing. This is it. And whilst there's going to be a bit of a backlash if they do start pushing towards 12-month expansions, there'll be a little bit of a backlash of from people who'll be like, well, you've upped the price of the expansion and it now lasts half as long. But at least you won't have to pay monthly subscriptions for months when there's nothing to do. This is the thing. As long as they can keep the content just like boom, boom, boom. One patch, 2 patch, 3 patch. They want to keep the seasons, I suspect, from like a Mythic Plus and a PvP perspective relatively similar. But there's no denying they learnt a lot from Diablo. They learnt a lot from the seasonal mode that they played around with in Diablo 3, which they have now moved into with Diablo 4. The seasons there are like 3 to 4 months long, and it wouldn't surprise me if they try and do the same with World of Warcraft, honestly. It would also technically mean if they make, you know, stuff come out a little bit faster, if they make the seasons a little bit shorter, there's also room to drop the difficulty level overall. There's room to drop the difficulty level, which will allow people to progress through it faster. More people to progress through it faster. Sure, the very top 1% will turn around and go, well, it's easier now. Why is it easier? But the point will be is that there will always be something coming. You know, we have new we've already got a lot of information out there on the PTR about the next patch, and we're literally week 1 of the Mythic season launching. So the treadmill of content, if they can keep the treadmill going at a reasonable speed and end up with 14, 16-month expansions, I'm happy. I don't mind. More content is just more good in my eyes. The 8-week patch cadence is looking pretty solid. Yeah. So there we go. So like a 2 months between patches. You have a mid patch and then you have a major patch, which would mean sort of like a 4-month 4-month or 3 major patches per calendar year sort of thing. A little bit of room to move with, you know, a busy expansion launch. More to do there, but I think so far it's been a blast. Pretty content with what's been going on so far. The irony of all ironies is that I don't really want to make these. I almost want to fake a couple of dumb orders just to get these 2 knowledge points out of the way. Does the 2 knowledge points really do anything for me? It puts me on 29. Are you kidding me?
Hello there.
How does the game always give me just enough knowledge points to get 1 point away from finishing something? Every time. Okay, maybe I just don't care enough to do those. We'll wait for a refresh of work orders then, I guess. No point. No need to chase it. Sure, I make 6k back, but I'd have to buy the recipe first. Enduring Bloodstone. I might do it if it's not too ridiculous, because once I've got the recipe, I've got the recipe, you know. It's not exactly a character I've skimped on spending on, so.
My directive is to serve you.
Recipes, jewel crafting, uncollected, current expansion. Enduring Bloodstone. Okay, the recipe's 30k. You can get bent then. That's not happening. Nope. Wow, Binding a Binding, 50k. Everybody was out there calling this the new Lariat. Easily farmable. Well, too many people have got it. Nobody enough people wanting it. God, I feel bad for people who paid like 800k for that. But, you know, you take a gamble, don't you? There's a weird part of me that wants to make sure that history doesn't repeat itself. There's part of me that wants to buy this flipping thing just so I have it. The last thing I want is the meme of the elemental lariat haunting over me for another expansion of not getting the recipe that makes everybody money. But there's no way if I bought that I'd make my money back on it. Not a hope. Not without an alchemist that can also mass produce the blasphemites, and a miner that can mass produce nullstones somehow magically out of thin air. Do I not have this recipe? I mean, for 50 gold, you can't not have a recipe, right? Cubic Blasphemer, did I never learn this? I've even purchased this recipe at some point. How can I not have it? Why would I have bought it and then not used it? Where's this recipe then? Oh, I have one in the inventory of my other character. Lol, that's funny. Well, I'll buy another one here.
My thanks.
Just because I don't like seeing recipes I don't own. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what do I do? I set up a few of these characters to have skinning, but I ain't going out there skinning beast fangs, am I? I'm just not doing it. What's the price of the... Is it called Beast Fang? Superb Beast Fang. They're 3k a piece right now. Is there any smart people out there that knows what people want gear-wise? Is there actually any demand for these whatsoever? Is the setup and the daily trip out there even worth the time or the effort right now? It's basically the same as another concentration cooldown, isn't it? Blacksmith weapons are taking them. The main thing for me is if my characters have to leave the capital city, I'm less inclined to do anything about it. I feel I could be doing significantly more with a secondary profession that doesn't allow me to leave, that I can use some concentration on and slowly build something up on. With Gonson in chat, Dare I say it, I'm tempted to pick up tailoring on a bunch of characters, you know. Rather than doing skinning. I'm really tempted to swap a bunch of these secondary professions out for tailoring. I'm not sure if today's the day to do it, but it's very tempting to do. Since I have this, and I have the ability to go and do it, I should go press the button, shouldn't I? The other option... Hello? Really? Did I not actually ever do anything on this, dude? Do I have a skinning knowledge book? Mining knowledge book. Hello? Okay, strange. Tailoring seems weird right now. If you do all 30 Duskgreave crafts, I get maybe 4k profit. That's absurdly low. Yeah, I don't know. We'll look at tailoring in a minute. We'll look at it a bit. We'll look at my maxed out tailor in a second. Well, while I have this on this character, we'll at least do it.
Do you have a query? Return.
Whilst we're flying, let's load up the bank character. Have a little look in there, see what's going on. I haven't optimized my situation or my thoughts even around this bonk crafting thing. There's no denying that anything that is on some sort of hard capped cooldown will maintain some value throughout the expansion. But it's one of those things that you're never likely to make an awful lot of gold on a single character doing it. The profitability in something like crafting bolts with tailors, the profitability comes from the fact that it's cheap to set up and you can do it on many characters. Only once you're doing it on 10, 15, 20 characters does it start to produce enough gold for you to go, you know what, this is actually worth my time and effort doing. Doing it on one, setting it up on one, you have all of the setup time and effort initially, but then you get a pitiful amount out of it. But by the time you've set it up 10 times, which it's only difficult to do the first time whilst you're figuring it out, the next 9 times you do it is much faster to do. And very quickly, your human brain will forget about the amount of time and effort it took you to set it up in the first place. But then it's like 2 minutes, log on, especially when, you know, war banks, you can just craft everything from the war bank, put all of your bolts back in the war bank, and then one character can be responsible for selling it all. The concept in that regard is that you should be able to get it all, you know. It's a market that at scale feels worth doing, but doing it on a single character, it probably doesn't feel worth doing at all. Plus, I suspected it's also a market that is... If you try and copy what was successful last expansion, this expansion, you may find that too many people are already onto that. The reason that it worked in the past was that you had that sort of, maybe not first to market advantage so much, but at least you had the advantage of that you were doing it way before other people were doing it. And that's why it was profitable. No market is totally immune to being just flooded. This is why I'm in no rush to decide what I want to do with all of my alts. Because it's kind of one of those things that once you commit to something, you do kind of got to stick with it. And I'm pretty convinced 11.1 is going to bring something pretty interesting to the table. There's part of me actually that wants to get most of my secondary crafting alts up to level 80 relatively quickly if I can. They've naturally all ended up at like 74, 75 just by crafting. But it would be nice when I can finally get them to all to level 80. We're going to be able to get this war supply crate. This wasn't really why I was here. This is another reason I don't particularly want to come out here, fly out here to kill things every day. I'm so easily distracted by squirrels. Hello game. More importantly, I can't for the life of me remember where this dude is. He's down here, isn't he? Can you please take a quick look at my knowledge point distribution? Give me some tips. I really need your help. Okay, well, say more. Good go. I summoned him without any cooldowns up. That's probably not a good idea, is it? Do we have any gear on this dude? Oh, okay, he's not terrible. Does anyone else have the recipe warm sunrise braces being bugged? The crafting window goes blank when you try and craft it. I've heard a few people say that happens on a few different things. I don't really know what the solution is, but I would just try logging out, logging in again. Yoldi, turn it off, turn it on again might fix something like that. Oh, does it 2 days across 4 different characters? Oh, okay. Yeah, the next thing is, like Kahani's just said, turn off all add-ons and see if it's actually being caused by an add-on or whether it's an actual proper in-game bug. Oh, you're going alchemy? Okay, that worries me. Alchemy is the most competitive market in the entire game. Trying for some profit with alchemy. Ooh, okay. So you've gone into potions, 38 in alchemical mastery. Oh, herbalism doesn't matter. Let me tell you. Let me tell you a little secret up front. There is absolutely zero chance you can farm your own herbs and make profit with alchemy. Not going to happen. If you're farming materials, sell the materials. If you're crafting with alchemy, you're going to need to buy the herbs. It's counterproductive to try and farm your own materials because just because you farmed those materials doesn't make them any lower in price. It doesn't change the value of the materials just because you farmed them. If anything, it actually makes them more valuable to you because you also spent time going and getting them. You'll probably find that you can buy your materials off the auction house. If you can't buy materials off the auction house and craft with them, there's no point farming for them because you're just wasting then time on doing that. if you go farming, take 2 gathering professions and farm everything and sell everything. And if you're using crafting professions, you want to craft by buying materials and then selling them for more than what you paid. Alchemy is like hyper competitive though. Yeah, everybody starts with the exact same phrase. I'm not looking to make millions, I'm just looking to make some. Unfortunately, alchemy isn't a profession where you can just make some. The way you would do it is you would probably get to the point where you can craft something at quality 2, like pick a flask or something. You want to do this on a big ticket item, because that's where it's most useful. You would pick something like a flask where you can make it at quality 2 using the materials you buy. Then you use your concentration to bump it up to quality 3, and that will give you a couple of high ticket items that you can then sell, which will have cost you significantly less to make. Of course, concentration will only allow you to do it a couple of times, maybe each day, but that's where you make, you know, that little bit of gold from. The reality is, it sounds like to me that you probably also don't have huge amounts of gold to begin with, meaning you're never going to make a huge amount of gold with alchemy full stop. It's just way too competitive of a profession. You might be better off picking up herbalism and mining and just spending a few hours flying around picking up stuff. You can make 40k an hour as an unskilled, brand new herbalist and miner right now. You could make 100k an hour if you know, have got a few weeks experience under your belt with it. So, unless you have like at least $1 million or 2 gold right now, crafting professions are just going to be a money sink for most people. If you're looking to make some gold quick, pick up gathering. So much more straightforward. No risk involved. You get paid based upon the effort you put in. It's real straightforward.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Right, let's have a look at blacksmithing real quick. One more with a tier 1. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Good morning to you. Good morning, good morning. What I noticed during prime selling times, margins are horrible compared to others. So you're either selling at 2% margins really fast, or you try and buy your mats cheap, and then you sell way slower, but for 10 to 20% margins during off-peak. Yeah, material prices will, or both map prices and crafted prices change like permanently. Gathering is your 9 to 5 job. Auction house flipping and crafting is more like the shares market. Yeah, kind of. It's a lot more like that. Also, we're seeing hyper levels of competitiveness right now in the top, well, in crafting in general. There's a lot of people out there that are in for a lot of gold already, and they're trying to make that back, and they're being super aggressive on what they craft and when they craft it and all that sort of good stuff. Because you got to remember, crafting is PvP. You're competing against all the other crafters. If there's profit in crafting something, you're competing with everybody else that also wants that profit. There's tiny amount of margin in core alloys by the time we pop our buff, at least. At Q3, I'm going to go as far as to say there's probably no margin in Q3s, even with the you'd have to be sniping your bismuth significantly cheaper. $250 is around the steady price right now. but there's not huge quantities of it. And I actually suspect, are people not converting bismuth 4 times? Okay. Yeah, people are probably going to be buying up or sniping Q2 bismuth for less than 50 gold a piece, and then converting it up to bismuth Q3. It's really interesting to me to see that we're actually seeing this conversion on materials happen, and so much so that we've ended up with substantially more bismuth at quality 3 than we do even have at quality 2, because too many people recently have hoovered up all of the quality 2 bismuth, converted it at a 5-to-1 rate into bismuth at Q3, which is actually nuked the market of Q2, which is actually only helping to keep the market price of Q2 up. That's quite funny. And with no reset button, those people are hoping that the bismuth Q3 goes up. But I know for a fact the demand on this stuff is actually wild. So even TSM thinks there's 216,000 bismuth at quality 3 sold every day. I know for a fact it's way more than that. Hello? Yeah, see, they just the people trying to snipe auctions disappear very quickly when they see somebody who's actually coming in and buying it. That habit stops very quickly.
My thanks for your patronage.
Somebody tried to do a reset on Blessing Blossom, rank 3, up to 680 gold, and in 5 to 10 minutes it was back down to 240. I'll never understand why people undercut like that. It makes some sense to undercut on crafting materials, but why on gathering?
I have calibrated my prices.
The conversation around undercutting is one where you can't use logic on something that isn't logical. Because people aren't posting at the prices that they're posting at based on logic. It's an irrational action which cannot be rationalized with logic. So, in more detail, you trying to look for a logical reason to why somebody would undercut the price can't really easily be done, because they weren't doing it due to any logic. They were doing it based on an irrational emotion, which is they wanted their gold quickly, which circumvents logic. You can look at it from an outsider perspective and know that it's not logical for people to undercut. True statement. But people aren't using logic when they're posting it. They're using it like an irrational feeling. They feel that if they post it cheaper, they'll sell it faster. Whether that be true or not, it's a feeling. It's an irrational feeling. You can't counter it with logic, unfortunately. This is the crux of most internet-related arguments. You'll have two people arguing, and what you don't realize is they're both looking at it from a completely different perspective. One is entirely citing science and logic, and the other one is all feely, lovey-dovey, and they're never going to find an equal ground on something. This is why the same arguments keep coming up time and time again on the internet. And you'll find it everywhere when you start looking for it. Okay, so bismuth looks pretty solid at this sort of price. Pretty solid. Nobody out there trying to do anything remote. Like, oh, somebody's out here doing cheeky bits. Like that. These poor people. Poor people who aren't paying any attention when they list their auctions. If you buy out these scamming auctions fast enough, they go away. They dance from one market to another. Remind me to not go enchanting as my main profession next expansion, thank you. Enchanting is one of those where there is usually so much potential in the profession, it attracts a lot of people. Yet at the same time, just because there's a lot of potential there doesn't mean that everybody realizes that potential, which is difficult. It's why I didn't really rate enchanting particularly highly, because I had my suspicions very early on that it'll be really good for a handful of people, but then probably tragic for everybody else. Enchanting will get better though, because there's a bit of a mystery around the production of the materials with enchanting. Meaning your prices can easily be different to somebody else's prices, and you're relying on a lot of other people doing processing of lots of stuff to make those enchanting mats, especially storm dust. Still 20k a day passive if you use concentration. Stay like that for a while. Yeah, big delta. As long as there's a big delta between the quality 2 and quality 3 mats, concentration builds will do alright. Right, scammers seems to have gone from this one. Does that mean they've gone back up here? I don't know how these people do it, you know, if I'm honest. I don't know how these people post like ones and then it must be some sort of bot. I don't even know. It's a complete waste of your time trying to do this for the most part, but unfortunately, sometimes, occasionally, somebody jumps in with a pile and it's... I don't know. I feel bad even advertising it because it's such a scumbag play. Anyway, what was I looking at? I was looking at blacksmithing. If you do the dirty and you snipe your materials, you can probably make alloys relatively cheaply. What were we saying with mid-tier stuff? By the time you pop an ever-burning ignition, there's probably a little bit of money in that. How does it fare? Oh, I don't have the top-tier mats to even flip it now. 2k on a Q3 alloy right now. So that's 2, 4, plus the price of Iron Claw. Wait, what? That's not right. That's not right. Okay, because we don't have those core alloys, it's causing CraftSim to say wildly wrong information again. What's
It
the
is to
long-term
serve
fix to
you.
get more jewel crafting knowledge points? I feel like I've done everything now. Patron orders and your weekly tasks. You'll get 100 plus knowledge points in most professions very quickly. Then it grinds to a halt where you get like maybe 10, 20 max per week from that point on. Yeah, probably not money in alloys right now. This is another one where you would probably need to acquire your materials. Alloys are now in that... Well, alloys have been very heavily controlled this entire expansion, but more so than ever, they seem to be in the realms of buy and craft ahead of time and then sell when the price spikes. It's all about timing with your alloys right now, because you're only selling them when people get their sparks and make gear, for the most part at least anyway. You'll sell them at other times, but you'll be fighting for like... You'll be fighting over pennies doing it at other times.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Weirdly, the most common market to be able to do alloys with successfully is the tier 2 stuff, which is really odd to me, just because it moves so goddamn fast. Still 8% in the bin though, even using the cheapest mats. Ever-burning ignition makes up for some of this, but it isn't enough to give you a fully negative to a healthily positive swing. And Sanctified Alloys is literally gambling at the moment. You're entirely gambling on the time between you crafting these and then the time for you to sell them. Like, how is this a thing? How are all three of these alloys so close in price? Such a huge influx of people producing quality 3s, probably with concentration. That actually trying to make them at quality 3 with concentration is a poor life choice. But you can't even make them at Q2 right now. I was kind of hoping that I could produce a bunch of these on the cheap, but doesn't really look like it, does it? I'd have to buy 1,000 tinderboxes. I'd have to buy 955 tinderboxes to use all my null stones, and I don't think anybody's got that kind of gold right now. I'd actually shock the market if I tried to buy nearly 1,000 of these. Cost me a gold cap to buy 1,000 of these? You gotta be joking. Plus it doesn't even move the needle anywhere. It only moves the needle from 10k to 10.3k buying 1,000 of them. That said, there's only 4,000 on the market. Oh dear. Maybe tinderboxes are going to go to the moon. I don't even know. Just think of the juicy multi-craft procs. Yeah, but unfortunately Craft Sim is taking those into consideration. Juicy multi-craft procs are not actually, when you do it mathematically at scale, this price is on the assumption that you're getting those juicy multi-craft procs. Usually. I ain't risking a gold cap, and I ain't risking taking half the tinderbox market just to make some sanctified alloys. I think my smarter play here is just to sell out my null stones and admit defeat that there's not enough use for me with those. I bought them on the basis of that they could go up quite a lot, but they have gone up, but they've not gone up by as much. So I either sell them today and make a profit on them, or hold them till reset and hope. Do I take a do I take a 15% margin on my null stones now, or do I wait till Wednesday in the hope they go 6-7k plus, while simultaneously taking the risk that they could dip to 4k and I start losing gold on them? We'll go diamond hands on the null stones. Or diamond hands null stones. Although things like this are scary. When that person comes along and decides they actually want to sell them. Or this person. Kind of doubt prices will go up much, if at all. Is it full Spark Week next week? I think it's full Spark Week, isn't it? I don't know. Yeah, turnover is king. This is the thing, turnover is king. Because taking a 15% profit on these now means I can then use that 15% to buy into something even more aggressively. Turnover is definitely king, you're not wrong. I'm cautiously aware of the fact that I'm leaving the house at about 7 PM this evening and I won't be back till Sunday afternoon. So I'm going basically the entire weekend without coming anywhere near the auction house. Which is why I'm more intrigued about selling out stuff than I am crafting new stuff, if that makes sense. Every reset, the miners get potentially better at finding them by a factor of 5 when they fill out their ore trees. True. But I'm also very aware that the quantity of farmers have reduced by a factor of 5 because they're all now running out doing Mythic Plus instead. You know, all the content is actually out there for people now, meaning this is partly why the price of a lot of materials has gone up, because at the very same time as there being huge demand for this stuff, there is also simultaneously a lot less people out there going and getting it. Even if those people that are still going out and getting it are better at it, they're probably still only going to do it for a limited amount of time. It's being on the right side of that balancing act, though. Right, this is just a bunch of trash that I wanted to just sell. I've not bothered putting any of this in groups or nothing, because just get rid of it. At this point, I'd be better off disenchanting all of this, if I'm honest, but... Oh, wait, what? Okay. $4.7 on these still? That means the herb prices are still ludicrous.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Chris with a tier 1, thank you very much. Good morning to you. Thank you, thank you. Here's an idea, post them at the block. Yeah, often just posting them where they're walled out is often not a bad idea, because that's where somebody will buy out up until. Okay, well, somebody's online posting the flasks. That's going to hinder my ability to sell many. Not that this is the right hour of the day to be selling flasks anyway. I'm super tempted to do something wildly annoying. Super tempted to do something wildly annoying. Do it for content. It's probably not the thing that people are expecting me to do, which is to go, whoop, we'll have all of those, please. It's literally only 5 million worth of these on the auction house. I need to find out who's posting them. There's a name I recognise. Okay, the fact that we're not getting undercut on those while simultaneously not actually selling them either. Tells me everything I need to know. Oh damn, we did sell some. That's not what I wanted to see. I mean it is, but it isn't. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's mighty annoying to everybody watching. But it means I can then do this. I can tab out and forget about it. This is the exact reason why people undercut. I run the risk of the price dropping, but it means I don't have to babysit them. I can go do other things. Not sure I want to poke. See, there's still temptation for me to play around in here. I reckon with a bit of mirror powder action, and a bit of mirror powder, and a bit of maybe I just make 100 of them. We'll do 50, see if we get any numbers. We'll do 50 and we see if we get any procs. We'll do 50 for the content.
Return and peruse my inventory again.
I probably want mirror powder Q2 actually, thinking about it.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Yeah, definitely.
My thanks for your patronage.
So I need to make a few Q1 alloys first. With those Q1 alloys, we can make some Q3 alloys. Q2 alloys, sorry. Need to get ever-burning ignition up and running. Any crafting orders? 6? 4 that we don't have the recipe for. Little bit of artisan's acuity. Is there any need for artisan's acuity on this dude anymore? I don't think there is. We got the bag. I don't actually need a second tool on this dude. There's never a need for me to go resourcefulness over multicraft anyway. These could be a fun little test for... I've not specced into these though, have I? I haven't specced into these. That's not to say we couldn't start speccing into those. 20 points in here, 30 points in stonework before we make them at any reasonable. We don't need to make them reasonable, we just need to make them at Q2. Do we do Q2 with Q2 alloys? Yeah, okay, until you... I wonder what the multi-craft is on these now the fact that you produce 4 every time. That's a straight up guaranteed 4 every time as well, isn't it? I need to investigate this, hang on. Limerick time. There was once a trader named Manthe whose investments were not very savvy. He bought low-end stock, but profits hit rock. Now his fortune's sinking quite badly. Nice one. Can you get ChatGPT to write limericks for you? I bet you can, can't you?
I have calibrated my prices.
Not saying that's what you did,
reasonable.
but I'm sure you've got way more creativity than ChatGPT. Yo, there's some fun to be had over here as well, you know, I reckon. With a bit of ever-burning. How can these be so in the bin? Is it just nobody uses the Ironclaw one? Oh, increases attack power by 422 for 2 hours. Oh, is it just straight up nobody actually cares? Sharpen your mining, herbalism and skinning tool, increasing finesse by 45 for 2 hours. I've never bothered using those. I wonder why I've never bothered using those. I know why I've never bothered using those, although it is for 2 hours though. I'm sure you can make more than 5k back from the extra finesse over a 2 hour period. Although 45 finesse does not sound like a lot at all. That sounds like a real stinky amount of finesse. 45, 60, 75? 75 sounds more attractive. I wonder if gatherers are using these. Oh, they're both attack power. So what's the difference then? Bladed weapon. Bladed weapon, blunt weapon. Oh, I see. Are the temporary buffs for gathering tools again? Yes. Yes. The Iron Claw Razor Stone is your gathering one. Plus, for the next few days at least, I believe, or for a short period of time, there's the Vial of Bountiful Seasons, which gives you also extra finesse. Not sure if they stack. Maybe they do. Where does this recipe come from? Means of production tool enhancement. Means of production weapon stones. Learn to craft the Iron Claw Razor Stone. Learn to craft the Iron Claw Whetstone. They don't stack with True Sight, so it's not really good to use. They, meaning both. Oh, the Vial of True Sight or the Vial of Bountiful Seasons. Crafters are going to start using the Vial of Bountiful Seasons soon. Crafters are going to start using it soon as it starts giving resourcefulness buff. It will swap from giving finesse to resourcefulness soon. I just don't know when it does it. I don't know when it technically starts. I don't know when the second half of the year technically starts, but it can't be far off. Usually using your mana oils for PvE on your weapons. Oh, is that why? Okay. This is still an interesting route to potentially investigate. You learn to craft it just by unlocking it. The argument then becomes you don't... Oh, learn to use finishing reagents to add additional effects when crafting profession stones. So you can't use finishing reagents on them until you've put 20 points in here. Clearly not many gatherers are using these. Or maybe that's because nobody's made a YouTube video telling everybody to use these. Always thinking. Not sure. Right, let's I was getting distracted by squirrels. Let's make sure I've got dung dung dung, we're all good. We're all good, we're all good. Doesn't seem like a lot. 45 is low. But it gives it you for 2 hours. And it can go up to 75 if you use the Q3 one. 75 extra finesse for 2 hours. Surely gonna make you more than the 5k, 6k you spend on it, right? At least now when you're doing 40, 50k an hour, unskilled. If you're doing 100k an hour, that extra finesse is definitely paying itself back. If you're doing 100k an hour right now with gathering, and over 2 hours that's 200k, I'm sure that extra finesse would be worth more than an extra 6k to you. Almost guarantee it. If you're doing those numbers in the first place, right? I bought a bunch of mats and I can't remember what I did, what I was doing with them. I was going to make a bunch of Iron Claw alloys first, wasn't I? Let's pop a buff. Let's craft up a bunch of these just because. There ain't no way there's 50 gold profit in these, by the way. Hang on, I'm not doing this so goddamn slow. Speed that up a bit. That was a lot of knowledge points you had in blacksmithing. Did you purchase the 10 knowledge point items for acuity? Oh, this blacksmith's bis. He's got absolutely everything. Short of these being quality 5, he's absolutely bis. Let's see if we can get the right side of RNG. How many tinder boxes do I have? 54. How many? Oh, I only bought 50 mirror powder. Whoops, I should probably have bought a bit more than that. I should have at least bought 54, shouldn't I? Well, there's the 54 we can make. 54. Throw a mirror powder on there. Go. That should give us somewhere in the region of about 100. 100 by button presses. Whatever we get above 100 is because of multi-craft. Any materials we save, we can either resell out or recraft with. I should have bought more mirror powder. Saving the flux, love to see it. I know. Nothing more annoying. That's 7 multi-craft though. We'll take that. Save a nullstone, we'll take that. Save a tinderbox, even better. This is why I think crafting is so... Even though I know Craft Sim is averaging all of this out anyway, I actually lose if I don't get these spicy procs. But it's still gamba to watch the crafting results. Multi-craft again for 4. Saved a tinderbox. Another multi-craft. A 5 and a 7 straight after each other. Out of curiosity, what does the craft results window say? Okay, we didn't actually, you see this is my point, right? We didn't actually get anywhere near the even though we had some spicy procs there, we didn't actually get anywhere near the expected profit margins, right? It was expecting to be making 2,400 per. We actually only made about 800 per craft. So we made about 40k on that little run. Now, that's all hypothetical. Until we actually sell them, though. That's the problem. Let's grab... We saved a bunch of tinderboxes. So let's grab a few more mirror powder. Let's just spend all our gold. All the gold gone. Let's just spend it all. YOLO. Gives us something to craft in the background while we go do some other stuff. See if I can quickly get these done before my ever-burning ignition runs off. Right, I'm out of coffee though, so it's serious business now. Right, I've got 47 tinderboxes, so I need to be able to craft at least 47 sanctifieds. Do you think the resourcefulness finishing agent is good for alchemy too? No. Stack multicraft. Stack it as high as you can get it. Multicraft is your main stat for alchemy. Now obviously you have to pay for your finishing reagents, so if the resourceful one is significantly cheaper than the multicraft one, then it does make it better just on a cost basis from that perspective, but just purely based on the stats, the multicraft one is the one you want. But if it's too expensive, it might not actually, it might cost you 2 more than what it gains you. Oh shit, I'm crafting it without the mirror powder. Thought something was off there. We technically lose money every time it doesn't proc something. If we don't get resourcefulness, if we don't get multi-craft, we're technically losing money. But when those big spicy ones do pop off, then we know we're doing good. Kind of one of those where you can't, you almost want to stop after you have like a couple of good procs, because your next few could end up being shit. Like that, for example. That's 6 and that's 7. There's a theory here, right, where I'm actually tempted to stop crafting these right here, right now. I've got 24 more, but those couple of procs have been so juicy. It's not pushed us quite past the expected profits mathematically, so we're still technically down. Oh, we're really close now to the mathematical numbers. Because what you don't want to is you don't want to finish on a cold streak. Finishing on a cold streak is never fun. Oh, we were above expected profit margins for a second then. Ah, cold streak. Cold streak. We got one. Oh, we only saved 1 tinderbox as well. Double stinky. Go on. 7 multicraft. Ah, we finished on a real cold streak. Alright, well, we're fine. We'll take that. Now, none of that matters until we sell it, though, right? Let's remember that. We got 281. We need to actually sell them. Now, this is not totally mathematically accurate because it's not totally mathematically accurate because I didn't actually need to buy the null stones. I already have them. But those are now worth 1.7 mil at current minimum prices.
Return and peruse my inventory.
But I'm not going to sell them on this tune anyway. Send them to the bank character. Yesterday I went to spend my tailor's concentration boom 15x. Woo! Spicy. Love that. Love that. I think we're going to put these in at about here. Ah, we'll stick them in there. Stick those in there. House flasks. Okay. Some of those are mine. If I'm going to post them there, I post them there. Right, let's move on to the next. Let's take... Hello. Add-ons, sure. Can you make a profit on core alloys, iron claw alloys, charged alloys? Well, in theory, I should be able to. I'm at the point where it's all about me getting my materials cheap enough. If I can get my materials cheap enough, I'm good.
My directive is to serve you.
9398 31 9. Withdraw. Boom.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Why does it say I got weekly black? Wait, hang on. Did I not do my blacksmithing weeklies this week either? Oh my god, I've been slacking. Did I not even check my work orders? We dove straight into just crafting shit. Oh, I did check them, didn't I? And I realised I can't do any of the damn flipping stupids. I need to fill 3 orders. There's only 2 I can do right now. Neither of them give me knowledge points. The only knowledge points I gain are from ones that I don't have the recipes for. Charged claymores and rune axes. Do I cheeky falsify a few easy wins just to get the weekly done? I think I need to. Otherwise I'm going to forget to do all of this. I'm going to run out of time. Today's the time to do it. Right, I've got to go farm some treasures. Have I got war mode on? Let's go farm some treasures real fast. Do you find that there's a particular time of the day where prices are cheaper? Yeah, there definitely is, yeah.
Our miners had to leave their tools.
You will often, well, now you see, it does vary, but you will often find that, like, early in the mornings, your prices are going to be cheaper. But not always. And the reason I say not always is because you have a lot of people who have their auctions expire overnight, which sometimes actually drives the price up in the morning. What you basically are trying to find is you're trying to find the point of the day where the materials have stacked up and nobody's bothered buying them. The evenings, the prices are usually always at their highest. Mostly down to the fact that people are buying the materials right there and then. But this is where something like the Undermine Journal can come in advantageous for you. Because it has the time maps, for example. Time maps that will show you exactly what the prices were and the quantities were at different times during the day. I also didn't go and do my daily skinning on this dude either, did I? I also clearly need to macro my trinkets in my cooldowns. Or at least macro my trinkets. Oh, pet do pet things. No wonder I'm dying. Zanzival's been messing with cloth prices again. I mean, somebody's gotta. Somebody's gotta. He's in as good a position as anybody to do it. Are you winning, son? In theory. There we go. Cool way, billet. Missed that one. Get that. Blobby blobs. Blobby blobs. Blobby blobs. Any more blobby blobs? Not going to reach that one. Any more blobby blobs? And he's done. I've got over 800 blobs of wax as well. I should remember to go spend these as well, shouldn't I, really? I should remember to turn those in. Actually, here's a crazy idea. How about we go do our daily skinning and find the treasures at the same time? Give me a flight, master. Let's wombo combo this shit. Although, there's a pile. Oh! We got this dude again. Missed. Oh, don't go up a hill. Asshole, come back. Missed it. Missed it. Oh, stupid thing. Are we doing the weekly farmed it so it's free? No, I'm just getting some treasures right now. Welcome in though. Good morning, good mornings. Grabbing some treasures, getting my freebie knowledge free knowledge points. These feel like some of the most expensive knowledge points because I have to waste a huge amount of time farming for them, but the fact that they show on my list here annoys me until I get it done. Yeah, we might just go down to the Ringing Deep, so we'll get our skinning done for the day. Do I have... In fact, here's a question. Did I even set up this skinner properly? No. Ha! I didn't even set up this skinner properly. Whoops. I need 5 more knowledge points. Do the skinning turn in for 3. Skinning turn in for 3. And then just maybe kill a few things. Hello? No turn in? There we go. Lagging. Skinning book. No, that's a jewel crafting book. That's an alchemy book. Since I don't shuffle on these characters anymore, I should really get rid of those knowledge books, really. Or not get rid of them, I'll put them in the bank. Welcome in, Snoo.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable. My thanks for your patronage.
I need 2 jewel crafting knowledge points, like, ASAP. Oh, I can just go get the void lit ones. Okay, we'll take a quick trip via
Communication
trip
initiated.
via here. And then we'll go do our Beast Fang. I need to build this into a routine, because we are clearly not in a routine with any of this. What are we saying over here? Potion bombs of power? Didn't even know I had any. Legit didn't even know I had any. Can't wait for the 20th anniversary update, being able to fill crafting orders from the wall bank. Oh yeah, you and me both. Absolutely. I saw that on the changelog yesterday, and I was like, yes. It's going to mean we can have all mats, just dump all mats in the wall bank. Don't need to keep pulling them out for work orders. Then don't need to have to remember to put them all back in the wall bank after. Oh, it's going to be huge. I made it my going to bed ritual to end my day with 30 to 60 minutes of farming. It's insane at the moment. It's not a bad idea. It's really not. It's really not a bad idea. You can practically make 50k an hour on a basically brand new herbalist and miner right now. If you've put any time or effort into that gatherer, you can probably push 100k an hour. It's pretty wild. I'm not immune to doing some of that myself as well, to be honest. Made 60k yesterday with a spear and bismuth build. I can imagine. I can definitely imagine. Not sure how I'd get 100k though. Maybe other ores maxed. Well, it depends if you've done any shuffling of professions on that gatherer. Because don't forget, if you've done any sort of shuffling of artisan security, you can have all of the knowledge point books, and in essence then, yes, more knowledge, more stats than others.
We are the holders of hope.
Wait, what? No, that's herbalism. Where's the skinning one? There we go. Whew! I had a heart attack for a minute then. I'd done something wrong.
The darkness comes. We are prepared.
Okay, there's our supreme beast fang lure. It's a shame that Farm Hub doesn't show the note Farm HUD. Was that actually a mistake? What other hub do you have on the mind? Rank 3 spears was going for 750 gold apiece. Oh, I know. I'm deep into alchemy. I know. I know. Price of them damn herbs is ridiculous right now. I'm not so sure just how
Let's
quickly
make
it's going to
sweet,
change either.
sweet profit together.
Cha-ching with a prime. Thank you very much. Welcome in. I appreciate it. This isn't the right way, is it?
Nerubians are still tunneling under the wall.
It's weird. I take the flight paths, and then I don't actually remember how you get from one zone to another half the time. Oh, hang on. Dirt pile. It's part of the reason I'm out here. Oh, there's my dense stone. Is that all I needed from blacksmithing? Yeah, okay. So I don't need any more knowledge points. Or treasures, I mean. Spear's basically 3.5 times the price of a lotus. Yeah, yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, the thing that's meant to be rare and the thing that's meant to be expensive. It's a bit wild, actually. Right, time to fly, time to pee. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Looks like there's treasure nearby. And that means treasure hunters. Watch your back.
Okay, that's going to get me a beast fang. You out of the way. Oh, a war supply crate. Maybe we grab that first. Where is it? Is it there? So this dude got no gear. He's 550. He's not got no gear. That one. Man, it seems like you can't craft something rank 3, you can't make profit or even break even. Rank 3 markets, you've got to be absolutely bis. If you do not have every advantage possible in a rank 3 market, there's somebody else out there that does. And even then, you are going to need to hyper-focus on getting your materials at the cheapest price you can. That's where we're at now with rank 3 markets. There's enough people that have got into them that it's basically about getting materials at the right price again. It shouldn't be any surprise to anybody that's played with crafting for a while that your material price is usually where your profit is. You get your materials cheaper than somebody else, then you win and they don't. But you do need to be absolutely bis build in nearly everything now. Three sunless carapaces as well. Take those. Getting rank 3 just puts you in the big boy markets, which is hard to compete with unless you're sweaty AF. But there is often kind of, you know, honor amongst thieves. Those people who are hyper min-maxed in those markets have also had to put in the same time and effort as you have to get there. This is one thing I have noticed, that the rank 3 markets are, dare I say, a little bit more civilized than general. There's usually substantially less sort of like aggressive undercutting and stuff. That's not to say that you won't find it, because you'll always find it, but there's less of it generally. Now that will change as more people get into them and competition gets a little bit stronger, but there's less shenanigans going on. Everybody's in the same boat, right? Everybody that's pushed into quality 3 markets is trying to also recuperate any cost of getting there in the first place. This is what's in a way kind of quite nice with them, that it has and will for at least a short period of time keep out general crafters from doing silly things. But you know, that's kind of like not always going to be the case, but
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders. My directive?
right, now my blacksmith dude is actually done. He has actually got his oh no, I didn't fake my work orders, did I, on this dude? Let's fake a couple of work orders quickly just so that that's done as well. Then I know that the blacksmithing is actually done for the week. Short of filling a couple of work orders, it is actually done. Do you all just specialize in one thing and make bank on that? Because I kind of went all over the place and can't make much profit. That will actually be your problem, right? Yes, we're at the period of time where you have to hyper specialize in something, because if you haven't, somebody else has. And the person that has is going to have better stats, better, you know, more skill, more multi-craft, more resourcefulness, cheaper crafting costs. If you haven't done it, somebody else out there has. It's not really the point in the expansion where you can be a bit of a generalist. You kind of needed to have hyper-specialized in something. Or you go the lazy man approach. The lazy man approach is doing the bare minimum you can to get to be able to make something at quality 2. And then you use your concentration on a daily basis to jack that up to quality 3. There's often quite a difference in price between quality 2 mats and quality 3 mats. So you needed to have gone one way or the other. The total lazy man, spend absolutely nothing, be bare minimum at making something and then use concentration, or you need to go hardcore super specialized into something and then use rank 3 mats to make rank 3 things guaranteed.
My directive is to serve you.
Should we just put in a few orders for some alloys? Just make me 3 alloys.
Return and
That'll get the job done, won't it? Only way I make consistent gold is to mine and herb things, then craft with that. There's no point in doing that. You're not gaining anything. You might as well just sell the materials at that point. If you're not adding extra value onto what you could get just by selling the materials, there's no point doing it. Just sell the materials. Let's say you farm up 1,000 gold worth of herbs. If you can't turn those herbs into 1,200 gold by making something with them, then you should just sell them. At that point, there's no point crafting with them. If you farm up 1,000 gold of herbs and then craft something and turn it into 900 gold worth of like alchemy products, then you haven't made 900 gold. You've actually lost 100. So you should only craft with materials if you can add value to them by crafting. Very common mistake. Oh, I don't have flux or bismuth on hand. Give me bismuth. Yeah, I make gold with it. I wish I could get multi-craft a pot more. If you get gold, if you can make gold with it by crafting, then why farm the materials in the first place? This is kind of the thing I'm trying to get across here, that you should never really farm your own materials to craft things with them. You should do one or the other. If you can add value to materials by crafting with them, then just buy them from the auction house, add value to them, and then sell them again. You don't need to do the farming if you can add value to them. So if you can make profit by just from those materials in the first place, this is the level of understanding you need about how crafting works. If you can buy the materials off the auction house, add value to them by crafting, and then sell something that's worth more than the sum of its parts, then you can do that all day long. You don't need to then farm the materials. Somebody's already done it and put them on the auction house for you. If you can't craft with materials and add value to them, so hence you lose gold by doing that, then you should probably look at going out and farming those materials and just selling them to other people. Because clearly there's crafters out there that can turn a profit with those materials at those prices where you can't. And that's when you'd be better off farming the materials and just selling them. It's a little bit problematic because the game actually suggests players pick up a farming profession and a crafting profession, but that's more from the perspective Blizzard promotes that route to take on the basis of that you can use that crafting profession to make stuff for yourself. Blizzard never really promotes the crafting professions as a way to craft and sell en masse and make gold with it. That's how players use them, and that's what players want to use them for. But Blizzard will often suggest that you take a farming profession, herbalism, mining, skinning, and a crafting profession that complements that. So like skinning and leatherworking, for example. That means you can, on your travels, kill beasts, skin them, and then use those materials to make a piece of leather gear for your character to wear, for example. It's a self-serving system at that point. But if you're looking at using professions to actually make gold, then you want to look at it from a different perspective. You want to look at buying materials, adding value to them, and then selling them on. Dog's going crazy again. Right, let's go turn in that quest, get our last blacksmithing knowledge points.
I've been expecting it.
Tried the concentration thing yesterday, used 1,300 concentration on 2 characters and made 38k profit. There we go. There we go. It works. Apple, what's up? Digging in your bed all the time. You just lie down, relax. I don't actually have anywhere to spend these knowledge points just yet. I need to decide where I want to go next with my blacksmith, actually. I'm at the point where I'm kind of tempted to just start unlocking stuff with the knowledge points rather than hyper specializing in something. Because I could go and focus on frameworks. I could go and focus on like whetstones, razor stones. I could go in, like, I could try and focus and specialize in something else. But I'm at the point where I'm always going to be chasing other people that have already done it. I'm specialized in alloys, but I think my use of knowledge points next should probably be just to generalize and unlock as much stuff as possible. If for no other reason, then it will allow me to do the patron orders when they pop up. It will allow me to potentially craft and or recraft some of the profession gear for my own alts if needed. It will allow me to use concentration on more items when it's useful to me. My blacksmithing, for reference, has basically never used concentration properly because it just doesn't make too much sense to use it on anything. It doesn't make that much sense to use it on alloys because the lion's share of the cost actually comes from the flipping tinderbox and nullstones anyway. Plus sanctified alloys, quality 1, 2 and 3 all seem to sell for about the same sort of price on the auction house, so not really the smartest place to spend concentration on. I actually need a good place to spend concentration on my blacksmith. Something like these is maybe not a terrible place. It's 333 concentration, likely to make 700 gold from doing it. But it's better than sitting there at cap, isn't it? I've only got 6 knowledge points, so that's not really going to get me anywhere, but... You need 30 points in here to unlock both of these, which is pretty pricey. Unlocking these nodes doesn't teach you anything particularly. When do I unlock a sub-spec with this? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. If you don't know where to spend your knowledge points, you're probably best off saving them until you do know where to spend them. Do I follow the race to world first? Not really. Not too much, no. I tend to start watching the race to world first with best intentions every time, and then I'm like, well, no. See, this is the this is when you stream yourself. I mentioned this the other day, that because I spend so much time streaming myself, I don't then spend all that much time watching other streamers when I'm not streaming. Because if I'm sat at the computer playing the game, I'm more than likely to have the stream up at the same time. So I don't actually keep track of it all that much, to be honest. Probably less than I could or should do. Right, let's move on to the next tune though anyway. Tailoring. Yeah, these ain't going nowhere. It's not flask buying season yet, is it? Clearly not flask buying season. Let's have a look, see what's going on in here. Wait, was that Q2s or Q3s? Q2s. That's why you don't talk about shit on stream. Talk about shit on stream and then all of a sudden 50 other people have gone and done it. Me Dawnweave's come back to me. Need to do something with Dawnweave. What's the price of this? Do we either unravel this or do we sell this back out again?
I have calibrated my prices to be
Dawnweave
reasonable.
Q3, 37 gold a piece. I either unravel it and sit on it, or can I unravel it and then sell the spools? Spools of Dawn thread, substantially more. What do you think is the future of prospecting? I'm full on Ironclaw. I'm afraid to go into Akirite prospecting because prospecting is not making any gold at the moment. Prospecting is a lot more simple in the War Within than it was in Dragonflight, and I'm pretty convinced that because it was quite good at the beginning of Dragonflight, a lot of people have picked it up at the beginning of the War Within. If you're day trading on ore, so if you're buying your ore to then prospect it to then sell, you're not making any gold right now with prospecting. Your advantage is that you will... The advantage is that if you've bought your ore previously, you can prospect it to squeeze out some margin there. But realistically, just prospecting to sell stuff, probably not that valuable this expansion, because prospecting is pretty basic. It's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. You're not dealing with, like... You're not dealing with quality on your gems or anything like that. So it's a lot more simplistic. The maths is a lot more simple. I'd probably not dive too much deeper into prospecting right now. Unless you have another jaunt crafter that can do something with those prospected mats. If you've got another jaunt crafter that's spec'd into gems or something, then you might be able to find some wiggle room there. But prospecting doesn't, at least so far and today. It was very profitable at the very beginning, before people figured out all of the maths. Now people have figured out all the maths and a lot of people are doing it. It's not very profitable at all, if at all. It might spike in demand though when everybody starts gemming their gear, and there is a bigger demand on the actual top tier gems, for example. But I'm not focusing on prospecting too much right now. There's better options out there. Never understood the hype about the race. If I'm a raider, I can experience the content firsthand. If I am not, it means I'm not into that kind of stuff anyway. I don't know. It's the same concept as play. You know, like it's an e-sport at that point, isn't it? It's the same as why do people go watch a football game? If you're able to play football, go play football. And if you're not into football, you don't go to a football game. You know, people like to watch people do stuff better than they can do it. If I smush all this dawn weave into spools of dawn thread, I only then have the problem of selling the spools of dawn thread. I'm somewhat of the opinion that keeping it in cloth form is likely to be more valuable. But I don't know what to do with all of this right now, and it's burning a hole in my pocket, having it just sat there. I'm just going to put it back on the auction house here and see what happens. If it sells, it sells. If it sells, it sells. If it doesn't sell, it doesn't sell. I was unraveling cloth last time on this tune, wasn't I? Clearly, I've got spools of weaver thread coming out my ears. Let's go see if there's any patron orders with tailoring. Why are we watching this stream? Same exact reason why people are watching the Race to the World first. Probably very similar, yeah. Nothing there that jumps out at me at being too attractive. I have this recipe, but it's the apprentice crafting license I'm not too bothered about. Sack of Pentagon reviews is a little bit more interesting, considering I'm going to get that for the cost of 2 moss wall thread. There's no reason not to do that one, is there, right now? That alone is 800 gold. That's actually a profit patron order, would you believe it? That is cash money. That's not cash money. That's going to cost me more to craft, so we don't need to do that one. I've got skinning on this dude as well. I bet I never set skinning up on this dude. Oh, hello. I bet I never set skinning up on this fella properly either. Oh no, I did. Do I have any? Did I not make any of the elusive? Let's fly down and get this one done then. The advantage of having a few level 80s, I should probably use them. top tier gem market is doomed on NA thanks to concentration alts. Oh, it's really not. It's really not. There's absolutely categorically no way that there's enough concentration alts to meet the demand of rank 3 gems. Once people actually get gear that they want to gem properly. This is the thing, right? People are not going to spend rank 3 gem prices on gems until they've got their BIS gear. Nobody that's even remotely sensible is going to be tier 3 gemming like leveling gear. They're going to wait until they get their BIS piece of gear. They're going to wait until they can then put some sockets on it. Then they're going to gem it. Prices are high. That naturally puts more people off. Secondly, most people don't have the gear that they would want to spend the money on yet. So quite possibly, yes, right now, there's enough concentration builds out there. But the demand for top tier gems hasn't even kicked in properly. Not even remotely close. Anybody that tinkered with jewel crafting in Dragonflight knows just how fast those gems start selling when they start selling. When they start selling, you can't craft them fast enough. The downside to this expansion is, yes, the tier 3 ones are going to be expensive because quality 3 crushed gemstones in the quantity you need it is not easy to come by and is not cheap. So there will be less of a demand because the price will put more people off, but there's been in my opinion anyway, there's been way too much queuing about like enchants and gem markets at Q3. I'm like, people need some patience. People need to understand that until people get gear that they want to keep, they're not going to spend big bucks on gear they don't care about. Once they start getting some gear they do care about, then they'll start spending the big bucks making it even better. WoW economy is just a salt mine right now. When you say WoW economy, you're referring to the subreddit? Or are you just sort of referring to it in general? I mean both, but yeah. I must admit I don't spend anywhere near as much time on the WoW economy subreddit. There was a period of time where I would, you know, try and help other people out over there, but often it's the case that like people seem to have a hyper negative agenda from the word go. Like a lot of the time it seems to be that people are either posting stuff or people are commenting on stuff that are just looking for a fight. Like I'm not going to try and help people who are just looking for a fight. WoW economy is like reading YouTube comments. Yeah, it's in the same league these days, unfortunately. Tis true. Mm, 4 of 10, 5 of 20. I probably need to use these as I'm also starting to cap out on concentration as well. Plus I'm away for about 48 hours, so I want to burn this into the ground today actually, so that it has time to recharge by the time I get back on Sunday. So we are going to need some mats to do that. I need some weaver cloth. I've got the mats to make the weaver cloth. Lots of the posts currently I can't make gold. I give up. I've lived through far too many expansions now to ever get caught out by any of those posts. It's a tale as old as time. Genuinely is. Tale as old as time. Now we need some spicy procs on this. Is there any value? There's no value in using Q1. I'm out of Q2. Definitely not going to use Q3. I wonder if Mirror Powder Q2 is worth using on these when we concentrate, just for that added multi-craft juice.
My directive is to serve you.
I need to keep 50 of these just lying about anyway. Put them in the guild bank. War bank, sorry. $270, 800, that's what, like 3 or 4 crafts, isn't it? Mirror Powder Q2, I mean, it adds something. Something is better than nothing. There's also something else I'm meant to be using, isn't there? Vial of Concentrated Ingenuity. Increase your ingenuity for all professions by 106. Not sacrificing anything by using that other than the Quick Hands Vial. Right, let's see how this works for us then. My brain hurts every time I go and press this button that I've not done something. We've got the multi-craft tool on. Multi-craft tool, stacked multi-craft, stacked the ingenuity over here. Mirror powder for even more multi-craft. Right, I think that's a press the button and win situation now. If I've done it wrong, I've done it wrong. No juice, no resourcefulness, no multi-craft, no nothing. Damn you, game. Go again. We saved one exquisite weaver cloth bolt. We go again. We've saved so far 2 bolts. Woo. I am convinced that hoovered up substantially more of my concentration there as well. No, maybe it didn't. No, maybe it didn't. Yeah, I just got straight scammed on that one. Straight scammed. If you look at... Where is it? Where's the statistics? So, if you don't proc multicraft or resourcefulness, I'm basically losing. I now can't simulate it using concentration because I run out of it. But yeah, no, I mean, I in essence lose if I don't proc anything. If I proc multicraft, I win. If I proc resourcefulness, I basically break even. But no, that was not a profitable 800 there, unfortunately. What we do have, though, is 2 more charges available for just normal Q2s, of which, without using concentration, it is not profitable to use mirror powder. So yeah, we're looking at, under normal circumstances, no procs, we lose gold. No procs, we lose gold. Hey, there's our multicraft proc though. Son of a bitch. Could have done it while I was using inspiration game. Okay. And then our Dawn Weave, which we never use our concentration on anyway, is money. Money every time. Well, money as long as we proc something. Money if we proc something. We lose if we don't proc something. We've got 4 crafts. 4 crafts to make money. Oh, a 12 multi-craft. Why am I getting my big dick multi-crafts on the flipping Q2 variations? Stupid game. I mean, I will absolutely take it, but... Six multi-craft. And then we saved 3 spools. What's the actual craft results there? Well, apparently our cooldowns made us 12k. Made 12k off those cooldowns. Now to see if there's actually any profit in anything else. So let's put those down here. We're going to send those off to the bank character in a second. Along with the Beast Fang.
I have calibrated my prices to be
Let's see if there's
reasonable.
cash money and anything else. What's going on here then? Let's use this shopping list. It's easier to see what's going on. It's easier to see what's going on. Okay, sure. It's once again profitable to turn weaver cloth into bolts. How much of an aggressive shenanigans is this? That looks like quite the aggressive shenanigans to me. That looks like reset prices to me. Yeah, Q3 weaver cloth bolts are cheaper than Q2. What is this game? What is this game? Well, the cloth market is literally just makes no sense. 0 cents. Actually 0 cents. Alright, well, with that in mind, how does the exquisite market look? See, I don't really know where it's going. But the exquisite weaver cloth bolt markets are frantic. Actually frantic. I don't understand where it's all going though. What is consuming all of this exquisite weaver cloth bolts? Obviously anybody that's doing Dawnweave and Duskweave bolts, there's a strong chance that they're also buying. Yeah, I guess that's probably it, isn't it? It's other tailors coming along and just buying a bunch of this every time a single tailor logs on to do their cooldowns. Because most people doing their cooldowns are not going to be in the position to produce these themselves either. Zanzibar is where it's going. Is it still that some of this is being made? Are these still being produced to then shuffle dust into Q3 dust? What's the price of Q3 dusts at? 300 gold a piece. So yeah, if you cash into, you spend 100 gold here, and then whatever the cheapest weaver cloth bolt costs you, which is 200 gold. So you got a crafting cost of 300 gold here, and then 1 in 5 times when you disenchant this, it disenchants into like 600 gold worth of stuff. So I suspect there's a bit of a shuffle on these still, isn't there? Producing these and then disenchanting them. Is it the row? I don't think it makes much difference, is it? People would probably do, what, chef's hats? Gardening hats. Whichever one uses less moss wool thread, but it really doesn't matter. People are crafting these to then disenchant them, I would guess. Which is using a weaver cloth bolt every single time somebody does that. It's basically what you'd refer to as a catalyst. People and then there's a recycling system which keeps the price down, because every time you disenchant one of this and you don't get Q3 dust, you can use that dust again to make your next set of weaver cloth. So actually you're making these for the cost most of the time, only for the cost of the exquisite weaver cloth bolts. So that's where they're going. Disenchanters are buying them all. People use bags to level up tailoring still, maybe, possibly. I can't imagine there's so much of that going on anymore. Okay. Either way. Where would the quality 3 exquisites be going? Is that in people guaranteeing... Should I have been using quality 3 exquisite weaver cloth bolts to use less concentration? Would that have been mathematically more sensible to have done with my cooldowns? I don't flipping know. I guess if you're big dick min-maxed into cooldowns on these, you probably do. To keep your concentration at bare minimum. I ain't got a clue. All I know is this stuff sells like... literally sells like hotcakes. And even straight up buying bolts right now.
My directive has been
Right, well, we get some of that. I need to use a lot of this. I need to set my tailor doing some tailoring. Actually, let's get this lot sent over. Rank 3 is mostly used for crafting the cloth gear. But it sells at an astronomical pace. It sells at a pace that it sells so much faster than anything else that goes into crafting cloth gear. It's got to be being used somewhere else. It sells too quick for it to only be going into cloth gear. I mean, even these, right? Sure, it's 20 a go, but you sell quality 3 exquisite weaver cloth bolts way too fast. Way, way, way too fast. You've got no reason to use quality 3 when you make the bags. The numbers are too small for PvP gear. I can only assume that people are using the quality 3 to min-max when they do their bolts with concentration to use less concentration. But sometimes you don't argue. If it works, it works. One of those, one of those. I'm running out of speedy potions. Go. I don't have weaver cloth buff, but we can leave that doing in the background now. These just end shifting. These are sticky at this moment in time. They're fine. They're fine. Right. Let's get some gathering out of the way. Time Walking Week's a good week to finish those straggling alts to max level as well. True, actually, yeah. Might do my gathering shuffle now. Might pick up enchanting, might pick up... Did I do my herbalism and mining stuff the other day? Oh no, I didn't even do my herbalism and mining stuff the other day. By the looks of things. Well, do it now then. Did I spec into lure drop? I'm pretty sure I'm spec'd into lure drop. Yeah. Oh, another point. Right, we'll get a little bit of herbal and mining done whilst we're crafting these in the background. A bit of wombo combo. These are usually not this profitable, but we'll take it while we can. Hang on, why did he stop? He didn't stop. There we go. Vial of True Sight. What was the other one I said a minute ago? Oh, we were talking about the other... yeah, the perception buff is probably the best one, especially since it allows you to see other stuff. I was wondering if the razor stones were a thing. I hadn't decided, had I? Oh well, we'll just use this for now. Let's go grab some stuff. Q3, 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 Q3. Ah, never lucky. Oh, is it not down here? Oh, there's me going not where the icon on the map tells me to go, but where I think I should be going. There it is. Wait. Why didn't that loot? What's going on? Sod off. Sod off. Sod off. This is where some deafness does pay dividends. Stupid game. Forget it. Here's our cash monies. Lure drop. I'm pretty sure, you know, that you couldn't mine or herb in combat before. Oh no, it was picking up treasures you couldn't do in combat before. Yeah. Stun mob, loot node, then move on. I remember. Why has that node come back again? That node literally insta-respawned. Or did it not loot again? Oh, okay. I need to be careful of this. There seems to be some sort of lag or something that's causing my looting to not work properly. No, that's not the herb. Where's it gone? It's around here somewhere. Hello? Why is there a herb but there's not a herb? What's the add-on you're using to see how much gold you're getting? Well, this is called Loot Appraiser. Loot Appraiser Reloaded. But this is only reporting back to you what those items were sort of potentially worth. Don't get too confused by the numbers it displays. Use it as guidance, because none of these numbers matter until you've actually sold the materials you farmed. Yeah, stupid golem. Hey, Q3 lure drop. That's money. Your finesse helped you find something extra. Better believe it. Please explain the difference of recent value and minimum buyout. Well, min buyout is a snapshot of the absolute very cheapest price that TSM saw whenever it did its scan. Now, obviously, it only pulls its numbers once an hour. So, if at the very moment it pulls its prices, more lure drop. If at the very moment it pulls its prices, some nasty pasty is doing their bait auction bullshit. So it will take a snapshot of the price. Let's say a herb actually sells for 50 gold a piece, but some nasty pasty has come along and has, like, scumbag priced it at 20 gold. If you use DB min buyout will report back to you that it's 20 gold. That's the minimum price when it did its snapshot. As you can probably quickly understand, that number's completely misleading to you. So using min buyout is usually terrible for nearly every circumstance. Recent value works the same way as DB market does. It's an average, but it's an average that it sees when it takes its snapshot. So it's not the minimum price, but it's significantly more accurate. It may not be the absolute minimum price, but it's far less susceptible to being shenanigansed. It's far less likely to be massively wrong. It should at least be sort of accurate. Oh god, now we're in a world of hurt. Put it this way, I'm more likely to trust DB recent prices than I am min buyout. Oh, pet's not got aggro on. That's also not going to help my case, is it? So yeah, in other words, don't ever use min buyout. The fact that you can reference it, I mean, it has its purpose, right? But there's almost an argument these days, now that DB recent exists, there's almost an argument for TSM just to get rid of min buyout value, because it actually causes more harm than good most of the time. Data is only good and useful if it's accurate. Inaccurate data is worse than not having data at all. And this is what DB min buyout kind of tends to often do. It gives you bad data, which leads you to make decisions off that bad data that you wouldn't have made otherwise. So it's really not very helpful. There's definitely a lure drop here. Somebody's definitely just yoinked it, but it's definitely going to still be here if I can find it. Wasn't it, was it? Hey, some Q3 bismuth. Been crafting the alchemy tool for a lot of people, but never bothered to check the price of the mats. It's about 125k to craft a max rank alchemy tool. Oh yeah, top tier tools are not cheap. Absolutely not cheap. On a couple of my characters, I've got 2 tools. 1 multi-craft, 1 resourcefulness. Defo not cheap. Crystallized lure drop. Crystallized lure drop. Dope. Dope. I never know what you're meant to do with these. Are you meant to just not get hit by these? What's the crack with this? I don't know. Actually, why are these not on my bars down here? Did that give me a knowledge point, actually? No. Where's the herb? There's the herb. I think it's just the first one that matters. If you get it right, you can gather 2 more after that. Oh, is that what it is? It's a guessing game thing. You can tell how much farming I actually do. I actually can't move for herbs though. Not a bad position to be in. Especially with a bit of practice, knowing where the where the actual spawns are. I'm still flying around a little bit like a lost lamb right now because I'm not exactly sure exactly where all the spawns are. Kind of going off my mini-map a little bit. Wait, how are you even meant to get that? Oh, that's not it. Where is it? Where is the herb? Up on this wax pile somewhere? Oh lord, forget that one. It's far too much like hard work. Ha! Friday Factorio's out. Oh god, we're getting close, aren't we? We really are getting close. Should we overload on this bad boy? Oh, not after we've just taken damage. Go on, overload this bad boy. Oh no. Oh no. Taking a fat L on that one. Fat L on this one. Oh no, we're in the water as well. Woof. Polluting scrap? What the hell is this? Is this a fishing thing? Wouldn't... What the hell's polluting scrap about? Bonus objective? I don't know. Doesn't seem to be anything. Ignore it, move on. It's a quest objective. There's a quest where you have to clean all of that stuff up. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. Probably something I've completely ignored. That's fine. Oh, we're nearly out of storm dust here, actually. Oh, shit. Hang on. What storm dust has this been hoovering up? God, I hope it's only been using my Q2 storm dust there. Well, I guess we'll find out, won't we? So many little things that make me super cautious about just leaving something AFK crafting. Stuff that makes me feel like it goes weird every time. It's near a mob. I'm not going to fight over mob spawns unless it's lure drop. Wait, am I not in my own guild? Decline. Okay, now. Oh, you went boom. He nearly died. He nearly took his own life on that boom. Not pushing big numbers here though, am I? 20 minutes, 10k. 30k an hour. A bit more lore drop would definitely help. Oh, a lush lore drop. Hello. Oh, maybe not that lush. I'm pretty convinced though, if you were paying attention and you knew the route and you got a bit of practice with it, and you weren't flying around like an aimless chicken like I have been. I mean, if Dum Dum here, I usually go by the theory that whatever numbers I can do, I pretty much am convinced somebody else could at least double it. So, Isle of Dawn Grand Tour along the coastline is pretty good. Yeah, I like the Isle of Dawn because I don't mind flying around there. This kind of place gives me the heebie-jeebies even flying around it. But, you know, it's good money. No, that's a dirt pile. Where's the ore? But yeah, I'm more inclined to farm somewhere which is easier and more enjoyable to farm in than farming the best place. I'd sacrifice 10k an hour to not have any stress. I'm easily pleased in that regard. Oh, that's this thing. That's the loose shard. That's part of the treasure. That's not actually a ore node, is it? There's part of me that weirdly just wants to focus on the herbs. I haven't spent any knowledge points on being able to mine whilst mounted, but there is part of me that's very tempted to put points in there next. Because then, Sky Golem, a few knowledge points in the right place, no dismounts. Like I said, I'm willing to sacrifice some hourly profits for an easier life. 2 gatherers, one's focused on the Isle of Dawn for Bismuth, Ironclaw, Aratha Spear, Blessing Blossoms, the other's focused on underground areas, lure drops and Albanids. It's probably a good way to have it. Means you can kind of like, at the drop of a hat, switch between them if you needs to. It's double the work to keep them both up to speed though. Wait, why is it not looting half the time? And especially when it's quality 3 stuff, I need to pay a lot more attention to the fact it actually loots. I know there's add-ons like faster loot that can help you in these situations, but they often cause just as many bugs as they solve. There's my slabs of slate. Let's learn these while we can. Ooh, now find null lotuses occasionally. And there's lure drop maxed. Perception when mining Kazongar nodes. Nice, take it. What stats should I set my engineering hammer? It depends what you're crafting. If you're crafting anything that can benefit from multicraft, put multicraft on it. If you're crafting gear, you probably want resourcefulness. So the TLDR is parts want multicraft, everything else wants resourcefulness. Scammed. Yeah, it's a little bit of a difficult area to do any gathering in. Only craft gear mostly for myself, multi-craft I guess. No, resourcefulness. Multi-craft for when you're crafting parts. You can't multi-craft a piece of gear. Right, I think we're actually close to the epic ones now. Should maybe start getting some of the epic ones. Then once I've got my actual herbalism and mining stuff done for the week, we can... Oh, actually, pick a herb. Pick a herb, any herb. I guess we go spear next. Okay, in fairness, it's taken me 26 minutes to do one lap. I'm quite sure we could do that a bit faster. Has anybody else noticed that the actual spawn rate on herbs and ore seems to be really quite generous though in the War Within? Rarely are you ever flying anywhere where you don't find herbs. One of the biggest problems in past expansions was that you'd fly around for 5 minutes without anything to pick up. I basically always have something on my screen right now. I don't know if it's because I'm on a busy server and there's a lot of people and they're like hyper spawning nodes, or whether just the respawn is quite generous. I don't have the largest amount of experience with gathering in general to know if this is normal or whether it just feels good. Zone with the vials, super nice. Play on a low pop server, still have nodes. Feels like more, but it's fewer per node, or crafts are requiring more, which is evening it out. Or maybe, yeah. Quick, get in, get out, get in, get out. Do you think we'll have another profession revamp with Midnight? Do you mean sort of... that literally spawned on top of me, for example. You mean revamp like what we had in Dragonflight? Or do you mean like... Well, I don't think they're going to change up. I think the crafting system is pretty much here to stay in its current form. There'll be, you know, subtle variations made like we had in the War Within, but I don't think they've got any real reason to reinvent the wheel. As in concentration introduced. Well, that's more of a, rather than a revamp, that's more of just like an adjustment to the original system. In essence, I never think we're going back to like the old school system we had for crafting for 15 years. I don't know why you would. The only reason you would do that is if... In fact, I don't think there is any reason. That's literally, I think, in my eyes and even in Blizzard's eyes, I think going back to the old system we had for crafting, I don't think we'll ever see that again. And for the most part, I think it clearly depends on how the War Within plays out. But I genuinely think now that they've added concentration, and they've concentration being added has in essence fixed the major problem that we had in Dragonflight, which was that unless you were min-max BIS build, you would just stupid almost to even try with crafting professions. At least this time round, concentration builds. Concentration will allow players to see value in tinkering with their professions even if they're not min-maxed. If for no other reason than they'll be able to craft their own stuff with their professions. Dragonflight had this real horrible feeling that you would... Why would you ever play with crafting professions in Dragonflight if absolutely everything they produced was cheaper on the auction house just to buy? There's no reason for you to play with them at that point. So they'd taken all this time and effort to, you know, build this new crafting system, and in the eyes of most people, it was completely fucking useless to go anywhere near it. Concentration has fixed that problem, and now that problem is mostly done. I reckon they're not going to change it all that much. Because another thing that people often forget is they don't make the professions so that goblins can make gold with them. They make professions so that they can supplement players' playstyles, and that players can pick up 2 professions and they can craft a few things for themselves and feel good about it. Big time crafting goblins are kind of just a natural byproduct of having a system that allows you to make currency. We're not actually... Obviously, Blizzard doesn't want to particularly piss us off, because if we don't do half the work, who is? But their end goal is not, you know... Or should I say the design of the professions is never to appease us first. As long as we're happy and we're crafting stuff and selling it to other people, it does its job. But the main goal of crafting professions is to let people craft things and to add a branch to the player progression tree. This is why whenever something like, you know, a material gets way out of line in terms of price compared to the others, they might step in and make a change to it. We saw that with the glowing Titan orbs. there's already the potential that we might see a similar thing with tinderboxes, but tinderboxes actually don't seem to have caused too much of a problem yet, but it could very much be the fact that we're just still chunking through the supply of tinderboxes that was farmed up in the first couple of weeks. If supplies get to a point where they start to dry out, and that will cause the price to go sky high, it might be a different story. But we'll see. Double ding. One of the 3 spiders gives you about 15% crafting gathering speed. It's super nice. What do you mean, one of the 3 spiders? I'm not sure what you mean by the 3 spiders. I wish we could reset talent trees just once. Oh, you mean the weavers? Yeah, I know, yeah. Probably not when I have, like, no rep with them. I don't go down to that zone, I don't like it. Where's the herb? Oh, hang on, our perception valve's also fallen off. How many of these have we crafted? We've crafted a fair few of these. Maybe that's enough of those. Plus they've also slowed down. That's a good half an hour of crafting those. I'm happy with that. Did I... Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't get my epic ones for the week still, have I? Am I literally one away? Oh, I can still get 3 more this week. 1 more. Alright, a bit more gathering then. Weaver patch, you must have skipped every side quest for the spiders. Yeah, I've literally not spent any time in that zone at all. So much so that, yeah, I've basically done nothing down there. Is there a strat with the seeds? You can plant the seeds in Hallowfall, and they will grow new herbs instantly. It's kind of considered best practice to do it in a group, I think, because then you can all plant your seeds and up to 10 people, I think, can loot each one. But I don't know how easy it is to find a group for something like that. I've not tried. Or if that even still works. It's another slab of slate. 2 more, I think. Go away, go away. Give me the herb. Ah, screw it. Come on, where's my epic ones? This is why I'm not good at herbing and mining. I do it for literally half an hour and I get bored. For some reason it doesn't quite engage my brain. Plus at the same time, was that 4 Q3s that I nearly didn't pick up? Boom. Money. Half an hour is exactly why the vial lasts that long, I guess. Well, yeah, for me, I kind of do it in half-hour doses, because much more than that, and I start to go insane. There's definitely something to be said about the fact that, you know, herb prices and mining prices often are the way they are, just purely because there's a lot of people out there that definitely don't want to do it. I've spoke about it before, how there seems to be this kind of like hidden magic number with gathering. That if you can get about 1/10 of a token price an hour, people will happily go out and do it. But soon as the value dips below that, people are like, nah, I'll go do something else. So at the moment, as long as you can get about 25-30k an hour, I suspect most people are happy to go out farming. If you can only get 10-15,000 gold an hour, most people are like, nah, I'm not going to bother. But also, there's a huge amount of people that have spent the last couple of weeks farming, and now they're like, oh, finally Mythic Plus is here. You know, finally I can go do something that's actually enjoyable. I'm not just wasting time. Could partly be why the prices are a bit silly this week. There's my Deep Grove Rose. There it is. Is that actually a lure drop? Wait, what? Why did... What? What happened there? I don't want to fight you. What's going on here? Why did I get dismounted all of a sudden there? You can buy Dark Moon Firewater for 15% deafness. Does that stack as well, does it? That's another nice little optimization then, if that does. Dark Moon Firewater has gone to the moon. Has it really? Has everybody figured it out? Figured out that it actually works? Fighting mobs to pick up stuff. do I need? I need the mining one still, don't I? Prioritize mining nodes. Finesse or deafness enchants. There's a lot of talk about this. I'm going to be honest. As long as you have a enchant, it will be beneficial to not having an enchant. I don't know what the mathematical right answer is though. I'm pretty sure they're actually very similar. So similar, in fact, I don't think it really matters. Oh, yeah, we'll take 4 of those. Finesse for herbs, perception for mining. Yeah, as long as you have an enchant, I think you're good. Plethora of ore, 15 skill when mining any deposit. That's definitely going to help. Then, now, see, this is the thing, right? Now I need to make the choice. Do I start pushing into another one of these nodes? Or is this the point where I decide that... Where is it? You can now mine whilst mounted. Becomes more useful to me. Specialize in the nuanced mining methodologies to improve your techniques. Gain 3 finesse whilst mining. Is that 3 finesse per point in there, and you put 60 points in there, so that's 180 finesse. I think points in here, along with the skill it gives as well, is significantly more valuable to me at this point than a Kyrite and Ironclaw. That tree has so many random bonus stats. Yeah, deafness, bonus skill, perception. More perception, skill, perception. 150 deafness. Just mine fast. More perception, finesse. Now mine whilst mounted. This is such a nice perk to have eventually. I don't think I'd extend too much into these right now. But I think that this tree and points in this tree is going to be worth more to me than putting points in these. But that's only because bismuth is the money right now. A Kyrite and Ironclaw are just, you know, stuff you pick up. No longer damage uncovered null stones. Yeah, the null stone side of these is advantageous. And also allows you to refine quality 1 into 2 and into 3. But the money's not there to do that anyway. Yeah, I think I'm going in here next. I'm putting my next 60 points here. I don't have artisan security or anything to be doing anything particularly fancy. I have my... I certainly wouldn't be buying knowledge point books, I don't think, just yet. But actually, now that that's both herbalism and mine... Wow, money. Now that's both herbalism and mining weeklies done, apart from the turn-ins, we can go do the turn-ins now. Have we finished the quests for both the turn-ins? I think so. Now it might be time to drop the 2 professions, pick up skinning, pick up skinning, pick up enchanting, harvest that for artisan security. Sell what we've picked up here. I maxed out plethora of ore and fundamentals, now started to level bismuth. Yeah. Right, herbalism turn in. Mining turn in. Spend the points. It's also questionable whether I should have put points in here, but I don't know. I don't even know. We'll do it all eventually. God, you put 5 points in and it feels like you've gone nowhere. Oh dear, this one could take quite a while to fill. Yeah, I still got 45 knowledge point books to buy for both. Oh, machine learn mining notes. Kazongal mining knowledge by 10. Assembly the deeps. I forgot I can pick that up now. Oh, we've just been down there. Flipping hell. Alright, let's get back down there. Let's get that extra 10 knowledge. Oh, I should have literally done that first. Completely forgot. Right, back in a minute. Alrighty, where's old Waxy Wax dude? Give me me mining book. Where is it? Machine learn mining notes. There we go. Should have started the day with that one. So that's going to give us 10 skill when mining in Kazongar and 15 perception. Worth. With 5 off a sub-spec. Not that I care about these. Rich deposits. Seems? Seems is such a meme. Alright. Let's check what's going on over here. We seem to have stopped doing anything over here. Any more? Oh, Duskweave bolts lying about. Send those over. In theory, need to turn all of these spools into bolts, don't I? I have a lot of spools lying about. We can get some of that on the go whilst we're chilling. Whilst we're waiting. I also need some more speed potions on this dude. Stupid buy throttle. There's so many cheap items to buy. I mean, that's a luxury to
an
have.
extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Cheeky little sniper setup, though, is probably doing business for people these days. Not something I've looked into too much myself, but I'm pretty sure there's money in sniping right now. I sit on my tailor for so long, we're just going to buy a bunch of these. What? What? It's funny, these are big business still.
My thanks for your patronage.
I wish TSM could look like WoW, the WoW interface. Well, then it wouldn't be. Well, then it wouldn't be TSM, would it? Q3 claims there's no money in it, but that's a lie. Go. Oh, hang on, speed potion. Oh no, that wasn't the speed potion, was it? One absolute donkey. Right, leave that to him. Oh, 8 minutes on the flight thing. I guess we fly back. Now, this is where I need to decide, do I either just spend another half an hour herbing and mining, or do I try and get some quick and easy artisan security on this dude? Because quad gatherer is the way forward to keep that artisan security rolling in. I got 245, which is technically enough for one of my first books. There's still part of me, though. There's still part of me that's tempted to build my... Well, the tools are the most important. Right, having the tools, I think, is the most important aspect for these. The accessories are like, kind of like, eh. Either, like, you know. But the tools are permanent skill upgrades. 6 skill upgrades. But 6 skill... 6 skill for 300 artisan security, or if you buy a knowledge book, that same 300 artisan security could give you 15 knowledge, which is worth way more than 6 skill. So the tools are actually, or the accessories are suboptimal purchases, short term at least. I do an hour now and then, about a million per day. What, just doing some cheeky sniping? Yeah, it's something I contemplated, putting together a bit of a sniping thing. Too much stuff to do, honestly. Knowledge points per book is definitely helpful, though. Either way, let's fly back and decide. If I drop herbalism and mining now, I can pick up skinning and enchanting. Probably get a bunch of artisan security from there. But this is the thing. Do I try and evenly balance herbalism and mining's progression? Or do I put all of it into one? I've already split my artisan security by getting my 2 tools. I don't know. All I know is having it sat around in my bags is the worst thing you can do. Not spending it is the worst thing you can do. So maybe I'll just go buy the knowledge point book. and be done with it. We just buy the cheapest thing. That's probably the smartest move, isn't it? That's going to acquire us the most stuff the fastest. If we just buy the cheapest thing, which now is going to be, let's just say, a herbalist book. Buy the cheapest thing. When we can afford the next cheapest thing, we buy that. Boom. Farming? What happened? Money happened. Are you shitting me? Have I never done the intro quest on this toon? Ha! Oh, that's hysterical. I've apparently never done the intro quest on this dude. No way. Well, there's another 350 artisan security. Ore bag, probably the best right now. Ore bag's got to be worth the most, right? Ha! That's hysterical. Okay, so now we buy the next cheapest thing, which is the miners. The first miners one. Peak goal making. I guess we'll unlock rich deposits. Gain 3 skill when mining rich deposits. Okay, sure. We ain't never going anywhere near a seam anyway. I'm convinced they don't exist. Okay, 50, 60, 70, 80, 125 is that so far in mining? 125, one tool. Two random Orbanid for some reason. Wait, hang on. 345 artisan security still. I forgot you get a refund when you buy those. So now we can buy the next cheapest thing, which is... Do I want the herbalist one or do I want the mining one? Which one is going to... Maybe I actually want the mining one. Maybe I should have bought all the mining ones to get to push to this faster. Well, who knows. Mining book. No, don't sell it, you donkey. It's big. Was not expecting when I logged onto this character to put 45 points into this right now. Okay. 120 artisan security. We need 300 before we can buy anything. 400 if we actually want the last mining knowledge point book. 400 getting the last mining knowledge point book will actually give us mounted mining, which is fun. So let's drop herbalism. Unlearn. Let's drop mining. Let's go pick up skinning. Let's go pick up enchanting. Now here's a question. Oh, I did do this. I was wondering, have I ever done the enchanting actual the shuffle here, and I clearly have. So now we need to disenchant some stuff. You're doing the acuity shuffle. Under what circumstances would this be worthwhile? It's worthwhile if you can keep the cost to an absolute bare minimum. So this is predominantly my herbalist and mining character, right? So I will pick up enchanting and skinning, because I can go skin some stuff, get the weekly knowledge points, and then turn the artisan's acuity from basically these two professions, which is basically free. It's not totally free, because I might need to actually... I might need to go buy some stuff to disenchant here, but the reality is things you should sort of maybe pick up that you'd otherwise put in the bin. It's good candidate for disenchanting. So that's bind on equip. We're probably better off actually selling that. That's some random ass cosmetic. I don't know if you can disenchant it. Can't be disenchanted. That's a cosmetic. It's a cosmetic that's still bind on equipped. Okay, I think that's meant to work like that. But random ass soulbound, disenchant that. Disenchant that. $571. Is that not an upgrade? Apparently not. Why stop loot appraiser with your ding dings? Remembrance of the falling city. Go on, crystal. Disenchant this. Okay, we still need a few more things to disenchant. My old herbalism and mining gear we can probably disenchant, right? Do we actually have any old stuff? The tools, maybe. We can disenchant the old tool. We're not going to need the old mining pick, are we? Because we got a good one. Just like we don't need runed bismuth rods. Why have I got runed bismuth rods in my bags? My old herbalism tool, we're not going to need that. Okay, I do still need few more things to disenchant. Alright, armor. Rare. Current expansion only. Give me the cheap shit. Wow. Disenchanting Dark Moon decks is the cheapest way. That's quite funny. That's quite amusing. I'm actually thinking that is it maybe not worth me speccing into disenchanting as well? No, because I've never actually got past 50 skill in the profession to unlock designated disenchanter. Do I level it up just to be better at disenchanting occasionally once a week? How easy is it to get to... I don't know. Forget it. I'm micromanaging stuff again. We don't need that business. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10. That's probably enough stuff to disenchant to get the rest of those knowledge points. There's our big crystal. Now I either save these until next week, now that I've got the crystal, or I just disenchant them anyway. Then they're out of the way. I wonder if I can then shatter those shards and actually still make a profit. That would be funny. Right, 4 knowledge points there. Oh, this gives skill ups as well. I am tempted, you know, to just push to skill 50 to unlock designated disenchanter. No, it's probably not worth it, is it? It's probably not worth it for something that we only quickly pick up once a week. I should be trying to make some gold, but I'm dancing in Booty Bay for Pirates Day instead. Rip profits. The oldest profession in WoW. Yeah, female blood elf, maybe. Right. So I now need to go out and do some skinning, don't I, really? Was that actually enough dust? Did we generate enough dust from that to turn the quest in? How much dust did we make from that? Where'd it go? Oh, we can't turn the quest in until we're skill 25. 22, 23, 24, 25. I need 1 bismuth rod. Okay, that's a quick little shuffle on engineering then, sorry, enchanting, for basically a handful of weekly knowledge points without it really costing us anything, because we can always just go sell that storm dust and make our gold back on what we bought those materials for, those low level bits of gear. There's 2 treasures I could pick up with enchanting real quickly, and there's technically a book I could use, but buying the book is probably going to cost us. Yeah, there is part of me that wonders about, with picking up enchanting each week to do a mini shuffle on it, whether we could actually turn it into profit a little bit rather than it being an expense by leveling it to 50 and getting designated disenchanter. It's a one-time cost that may pay itself back each and every week we do this. Was it 5, 9, 10, 11? We only do this for about 55 artisan security a week, which is really not a lot, is it? So how many times are we going to do this before we run out of need for artisan security? We're going to need artisan security for a long time still. I don't know how much does where's my pro enchanters at? How much does your base profession skill affect your ability to disenchant shit? I know your flat skill does affect it in some way, but is it worth me leveling this up to 50 once just to unlock designated disenchanter? Because I've got a bunch of knowledge points, so I could throw some in here straight away. You know, we could put a bunch of points into rare resourcing, for example, a bunch of points into designated disenchanter. So then when we disenchant things weekly, we should, in theory, get better mats out of it. But the caveat is that we're never going to really have more than 25 skill points, because we're dropping it. We're only picking it up for 10 minutes each week. It's not worth nothing. I never make profit from disenchanting. It's not so much about making profit here. It's more about when I pick enchanting up once a week, is it worth me putting in this little bit of time and effort? I guess there's only one way to find out, isn't there? We do it. How do we get from 25 to 50 cost effectively? It's just a shitload of storm dust, isn't it? Where's my leveling guide? If only I had a guide that told me exactly what I need to do here. Bismuth rods to 27, glimmering masteries, whispers of silken leech. Yeah, so it's literally just a bunch of storm dust, isn't it? Glimmering masteries, the next one. Oh, my other character's using the war bank, which is why this character doesn't have access to it. Okay, let me just fix this real quick. You stop doing you. Right, let's give him war bank access real quick so we can just quickly get this leveled. Are there any concentration builds that need a quick herb mine skinning enchanting shuffle, or are they all pretty much minimum effort? Well, the kind of concept of concentration builds is that they're quick and easy to set up and they are absolutely minimum effort. Doing any sort of shuffle in that regards kind of is directly counteractive to like what you're usually trying to do with concentration builds. Because concentration builds is about doing it at scale, and if you then start trying to do herbalism and mining shuffles on all of them, that's not really quick or easy at that point. So I'd probably say no. You get your green tools and you just basically do the absolute bare minimum. That's kind of the point of them. I'm only doing this because this is like a permanent herbalist and gathering character that I eventually want maxed out. And if I can get a little bit of an advantage when doing it, I'll take it. I didn't actually even learn these knowledge points. Right, this dude should now have access to all of my warbank stuff, so we should get to... Give me some, yeah, in a circumstance where your focus is minimum effort, any form of shuffle is already more than you should probably be doing. Push that to 35. Probably just throw these straight in the bin, right? Yeah, put them straight in the bin. It's just a sunk cost. Do you have a character that makes leather reagents? Yes. Whispers of Silken Leech. Mm, 10. Ten of these is, see, that's only 5k. 20 minutes, less than, well, probably literally 5k of 5k of 5 minutes of farming to cover this cost. Have you found it to be very profitable? Mine makes minus 500 to 100 gold per craft on average. Well, if you push it, well, yeah, it's the, yeah, quality 3 market is very competitive for leatherworking. Any quality 3 market is super competitive now. Leatherworking is a little bit more interesting because you can actually quality 3 the materials with far less of a setup. You don't even need all of your blue tools, for example, which means it's kind of even more competitive. My leatherworker is min-maxed for making those, and I still have to focus on getting my materials cheap to make any profit. That's the quality 3 market in a nutshell now. It's mostly about getting your materials as cheap as possible. Glimmering Verse. We're starting to see the tail end of the advantage of pushing to quality 3. In sort of reagent markets, it's starting to be just, you know, you're just fighting on single digit profit margins based on your material costs. Is this playlist available somewhere? It's not actually a proper playlist. It's just my Spotify's like for you daily mixes. So it's not even something I can really share. It's just daily mix 1. It's why it slightly changes every day now. Right. That's skill 50. That means that's unlocked designated disenchanter. Meaning master your fundamental disenchanting rituals, maximizing the quality of reagents you create when destroying items. You will gain 1 skill per point in this spec when disenchanting. Sub-spec of your choice, 5 skill, sub-spec, 5 skill, sub-spec, master it. Right, so leatherworking was a shite choice, so they all like that. Oh, everything is competitive. Like, however much gold you want to make, just remember everybody else out there would also like to make that gold. Crafting is PvP in a nutshell. He who tries hardest wins. But there does come a point where everybody is fighting over very, very small amounts of profit. It happens every time. I'm not going to have 90 points, but putting points in rare is probably the smartest move. It gives me the knowledge points weekly the fastest, and if we can get higher tier stuff, we can always break down them into the greens. So rare resourcing is probably the best. That is, unless I end up, and we can then put it into epics after, maybe. I don't know. You have a chance to create more gleaming shards when you disenchant rare equipment after 20 points. Well, that's probably the one we went, isn't it? When did the auction house become region-wide? The end of Shadowlands, yeah. What's the best price source for loot appraiser? DB Recent is probably the closest one that's going to give you anything that's actually reliable. Ultimately, it's only ever a guide anyway, so pick whichever one you want. I'm just going to fill this tree out. Fill that tree out. You know what we can do if we actually want to fully fill that tree out is we just go grab some of these. We can go grab some of these. We can grab the jewel etched notes. That's another 10. Pick up our 2 treasures. We've got to go out and do some skinning anyway, so we might as well maybe pick up the enchanting stuff. Same theory here with skinning, considering we only pick it up for like a short period of time every week. We pick it up maybe 1 day a week, which makes me wonder, do we put any points in any of this? Gleaming Shatter says it's based on the quality input and the uncommon utilitarian node. Oh, is it really? Oh, I probably should have read that, shouldn't I? It's limited by the quality of the gleaming shards used and is otherwise based on a combination of your enchanting skill and uncommon utilitarian. Oh, okay, so that's what we want to do then. We want to fill this one and fill this one. Oh, that's fine. Let's do exactly that. Actually, let's put these materials on the auction house. The hell's going on here? Somebody try and reset crystalline powder again. That's funny. Yep, that'll do. Right. Here's a question. Kazalgar skinning 1 to 100. Skinning knowledge treasures, profession masters. That's quite cool. Didn't know that was a thing. Huh. Go on, Zygor. Zygor leveling up. TSM question for you. If I'm selling transmog on multiple realms, do I really need to have TSM realm data? Since they went to a pay mode and I've got quite a selection of realms I prepped in Remix just for this. Well, it depends on how you want to price them on that realm. If you're pricing stuff based on that realm's going rates, then yes. If you're pricing them based on regional averages, then maybe not. Yeah, it depends on how you're going to post them on that realm. What your TSM setup looks like for listing MOG on those realms. If you're referencing DB Market, then yeah, you're going to need the realm data for each of those different realms. It's kind of up to you. If you do pick up TSM Premium though, you can get a 10% discount with my code. Hashtag sponsored. Oh, hang on. I just realised I should pick that up before I run away. Chanting rod. Can I also put enchanting knowledge treasures? Search for them both at the same time. I know where most of these are anyway, but it's a good refresher. Need to craft around 1,000 items to guarantee I don't get shafted by RNG. Kind of hard with the expensive items. It depends. If you're using Craft Sim, it'll actually tell you roughly how many you need to craft before you get close to mathematical averages. But yes, if you are crafting anything in small quantity, the smaller you craft things at, the more susceptible you are to RNG. Right, we're getting the ringing deeps either way. I'm using a custom source from Billis that has like every price source, so hopefully I'm fine. Yeah, I don't know what Billis's operations look like, but if they reference DB Market and you don't have DB Market prices, I would imagine, knowing Billis and Nixia, that his operations are complex enough that you probably will be fine, but at the same time I don't necessarily know exactly what they look like, so. But the rule is pretty simple. If you want local realm data, and you want local realm data on lots of realms, you might need to look at TSM Premium to get that. I think there is a limit of how many realms you can get for free. I can't remember the number. Relatively new to TSM usage. Generally do everything manually because I like the hands-on approach, but some TSM tools like groups and operations can simplify. Any guides I could learn from? Well, I do have a TSM playlist on my YouTube channel, but it was made quite some time ago now. It's not that it's out of date. Conceptually, it's fine, but it was actually recorded in Shadowlands, if I remember correctly, so anytime I talk about specific crafting items or markets, it might be slightly different, but I do kind of need to redo them. I don't really know of any particularly newer ones than those, though. Not that I can easily recommend. There's 2 down here. I do have plans to redo some TSM guides soon. I just kind of want to wait until the add-on is actually working better. TSM have this slight problem that at the beginning of the expansion it takes them quite a while to catch up with everything that's new. This is mostly because Blizzard doesn't make it easy for them. For example, when you try and group up things like profession items, for example, you'll often find that they don't group up properly, and then they don't post properly. This is all because of what's referred to as the bonus ID system that Blizzard uses for its items, which is often very spaghetti code. Plus, I'm not convinced their desktop application or their ledger is recording everything right now. In fact, I'm not only suspecting of it, I categorically know it's not even recording all the sales. So there's still some bugs in TSM, but once it's all working a little bit better, I'll think about putting some basic guides together, some slightly newer, more up-to-date ones. Oh hello, my pet died. Where the hell do these keep coming? Stop spawning. Jesus. Pet do pet things. Flipping Lord. That wasn't fun. Right. You just sold something back here? Ah, right, yeah, of course. This is actually significantly more effort than I should be putting into this character, but considering I plan on playing this character for a good few hours every week, it's probably worthwhile. Sort of worth. Why has Ranthius got things in the auction house? Does that mean I sold some of that ore? Let's have a look. What I don't get is how you take your actual crafting cost with resourcefulness and all in the price minimums using TSM. The easy answer is you can't. Ever since Dragonflight launched, the crafting price source in TSM basically ceased to be useful, in my opinion. because TSM doesn't calculate in anywhere near the detail what your crafting costs for certain items actually are. Because there's too many variables now. It can change. Like your crafting costs are far more fluid than what they ever used to be. Back in the days when everybody had exactly the same crafting costs and everybody produced the exact same things, you know, when you took two herbs and one vial and you made one potion, back when, you know, the maths was simple, an add-on like TSM could know what that ratio of materials to final products was and could then create a price source, which they at the time called crafting. Now, there's way too many variables. There's way too many variables in, there's way too many variables out for a single price source like crafting to ever be reliable. So honestly, for the most part, trying to replicate that is almost, feels like a bit of a fool's errand, honestly. Probably best off not even bothering. You just want to be very vigilant about your material prices. You want to have a rough idea of what your crafting cost is yourself, and then you want to be a lot more careful with how and when you post your items and at what price. Dragonflight and the new crafting system did in essence make TSM way less useful than it once was. But it's still the absolute powerhouse of the auction house, the like power add-on for the auction house. Nothing comes close to it, so it's still the best we have, even though it's not quite as perfect as it used to be. Ooh, we sold some pebbles, we sold some ore, and we sold some glass. We'll take that. Yoink. Whereas there was a period in time where you'd pretty much exclusively use TSM and you didn't really need anything else, you kind of need to use a few different tools now if you're looking to achieve the same sorts of results. Auctionator's very handy, especially for buying materials, in my opinion. I think Auctionator's probably the best for buying materials. For just straight up like cancel scanning, auction housey sort of stuff, though, you still can't beat TSM. And my take personally is if you're doing crafting, you should mostly be doing it manually. You're no longer going to just press a button and it give you a list of shit to craft and you craft it. Those days are long gone. The crafting systems now is far too sophisticated for such a simple setup to actually work reliably. Is there any more knowledge points in here? There is. There's one up there. Oh, my low drops just sold. That's cash in the bank. I've missed one. That was only 11. I've missed one. There should be 12. I've missed one. Two more enchanting ones. 2 more. Maybe I haven't missed one. Maybe I'd already picked one up at some point. Or maybe I miscounted. Both entirely viable options. Alright. Uh, 15 points is enough to finish this one. Boom. And then this is probably the one we want after, right? Go. This is serious overkill for a profession I have for about an hour a week, but like, if we just do it, we get it done. Actually, just thinking about it, I should have probably picked up Jewel Etched Enchanting Notes. We get that from Dornogal. And we get this one from Hallowthorn, where we've just been. We should have picked this one up. Costs 50, but returns 50, so probably should have done it. Basically use Craft Sim to get a more accurate cost and then set a minimum price in TSM on the item. That's the way a lot of people choose to do it. Yeah. It means you have to be tinkering with your prices, your operational prices a lot more in TSM, but it's the most reliable way to make sure that you probably don't make any errors. You just have to reevaluate it every time you craft something. But if you're crafting in bulk, then you can cut down the amount of tinkering you have to do. I go a slightly more risky route so that I don't have to piss around with TSM, but I can only do that at the moment because profits have been good. Now that profits are getting a bit tighter, I need to tighten up my TSM. My TSM was completely hacked together. It is not anything fancy or anything smart at the moment. It's if it works situation for me. So does the too far behind to compete from Q3 markets apply to Q1 and Q2 as well? Considering you need maxed out profession trees for most things anyway, the knowledge points is the gating, like getting all the multi-craft and resource nodes. In a similar way, but the barrier to entry to quality 1 and quality 2 markets is substantially less. I weirdly have found more profit in the last couple of days in Q2 markets than Q3, because Q3 markets are getting pretty aggressive, at least from a reagent standpoint. Endgame crafted items, quality 3, so like enchants, gems, flasks, consumables, that sort of stuff is slightly different, but TLDR is the same either way. Like, shit's competitive. If you want gold, other people want gold. We're starting to get to the point now where there's still gold to be made, but you absolutely better be putting in more effort than everybody else to get it. It's not a given that you can just log on and craft a few things and make gold anymore. That adventure never lasts too long at the beginning of an expansion. Where that comes from, I don't want the one that costs cash, I want the one that is free. The free one comes from Hallowfall. And Jewel Etched is Council of Dornogal. Alright, that's fine. Quick, run away! Oof. Nearly died. What's the add-on in the overview of the top left corner for tracking the treasures? It's a weak aura. Let me give you a link, hang on. That's a link to some of the most commonly asked questions about my add-ons. Should be a link in there. What do I think about the Nullstone price? A lot of people need them. They're not too easy to farm for. Even if you've pushed with your herbalism and mining, Nullstones are just rare and people are needing them a lot right now. So yeah, their price is kind of spicy. Crafting's now in a position where, and this happens every time, this happens every patch, this happens every expansion. Crafting is now in a position where when you start to see the price of materials rise, you know that there's not enough people out there farming. And what you'll also find is that it shows that lots of crafters are buying their mats frantically to recraft and to resell stuff. So the true winners right now are the farmers. Absolute true winners right now are farmers. Those who are willing to trade their time to go get these materials in the first place are winning. Absolutely winning. So this is where your focus can switch from those early profits that can be had with crafting. You can start switching into doing some gathering. Or you can just take your profits that you've made in the last few weeks and run and not do anything else. Void lit skinning notes, that's the one I wanted. Okay, now, whilst we're here, we should probably go do some skinning, shouldn't we? We've got 55 knowledge points to spend. How does one spend 55 knowledge points to better the results for an hour of skinning? Gathering general materials from creatures, getting 1 skill while skinning. This node also is then going to give us the refinement. It's going to give us the charges for the sharpen the knife. Alright, we just slap some points in here. How does that differ to harvesting? 3 deafness. Well, that's boring. Or luring. Okay, they definitely go in here. And the bonus 15. Gaining 3 finesse while skinning. These are still flat skill nodes, aren't they? We'll just put points in there, I don't care. That'll do. Right, we're actually in a good spot to go do some skinning here anyway. Made 80 million since launch, called it quits last night. Profits are dead, unfortunately. It's the way you should do it. It's genuinely the way you should do it. Zug, go crazy at the beginning, make a bunch of gold, cash out, forget about it. Job done. It's honestly the right way to do it. That's how crafting professions should be utilized for most people. Or if you've got the capital to do it and the time and the effort to do it, that's exactly how you should do it. Concentration builds is a nice way for people to make a steady amount of gold over a large period of time. It's the old army approach. But the reality is, if you've got the ability to, go ham at the beginning. Cash in, cash out, job done. Right? Doesn't need to be too overcomplicated. Now that all the markets are getting competitive, now there's a lot more people in each of the markets, a lot of people will take that consideration. Like, is it easier to not bother now? I don't really have too hot gear on this character, do I? Sharpen your knife ability. Yeah, that's quite a cool one, actually. I need to remember to press that button. Couple of thunderous hides. I think one of my... Now that we're getting to a point where the top tier crafting markets are all starting to get pretty competitive, I'm at the point where I'm wondering where and when is my exit strategy here? When do I just liquidate everything and look at other things? It's been very fun for a few weeks, but once the profits disappear, the drive to go further disappears quite quickly for me. I'm all about the journey. I'm all about leveling them up. This hurts. Okay, we're good. We survived. Maybe not so many next time. The real friend is the gold we made along the way. Maybe it's time to go back, invest for reset day, sell on reset day approach. Yeah, that's the sort of the long tail for crafters mostly. It's more playing rather than like day trading. It's more about looking at, right, okay, now we see the patterns. Now we know that reset day comes along and prices do this. Prices go down at this point in the week, so now that's the time we buy. And you play the markets that way. I haven't had a single one of the skinning knowledge points yet. Where's my toughened tempest pelts? Never lucky. Never lucky. Never lucky. Well, one thing I know from past expansions is that the pattern is the same every time. So what we start to see is that, you know, the mythic season opens up, the expansion opens up. We start to see what the demand is like for top tier stuff. There'll be something that turns up every day, every week that is like, you know, has magically ran out, and everybody will run around to try and get it, and like that will be like the market of the day. There'll be stuff to keep you sort of interested in, and if you happen to be in that market, great. You'll probably be able to make a bit of gold on that day. But generally, people then start to... oh my god, people start to not die. Hang on. Genuinely, what you tend to find to happen is the profits in the markets get pretty tight, and people are like, you know what, I'm done here. And people like cash out, they liquidate, leave room for others. But yeah, then people start looking at like, okay, what's the long term of this? Oh, I died again. Whoops. People are looking at what's the long term of this, and then they start looking at flipping markets, and then they look at like, you know, what's the what happened? Can we do some of this cross realm business? Heck, do I even farm transmog? You know, the discussions come up very quickly. Takes me at least half an hour to get my skinning knowledge for the week, I'd say. Yeah, if I wasn't dying, then I'd probably do it a bit faster. You can set your clock by it. Exactly the same thing played out in Dragonflight. Same posts about resetting knowledge, no profits on Q3s, etc. Yeah, it's the exact pattern that happens every time. And I genuinely think it's mostly down to a lot of players not really realizing that crafting is a PvP thing. And I say this a lot, and people question it a lot. But crafting is PvP. The person that has the most stats wins. The person that tries the hardest usually wins. And those stats come in the form of like multi-craft resourcefulness, skill points, knowledge points, artisan security. You're not guaranteed to win if you have more points, but you'll have an easier time winning. Profit is only there when there's demand for it. As soon as the demand for an item is outstripped by supply of an item, all profits disappear really quick. So profit is never something that's you're entitled to. This is why when there is profits to be had in something, you milk it. You milk it dry. You absolutely milk it dry. EU's way more competitive about all of this as well. Even for the launch of Dragonflight, I said I was very tempted to move over to Team NA. Just drop everything I'd done from Shadowlands with the legendaries and all of that sort of stuff and move over to Team NA. There's still part of me to this day that wishes I kind of had. And in fact, I kind of wish I had for The War Within. Just moved over to Team NA. You play at extremely odd hours to everybody else, which is actually an advantage in its own. Plus, the amount of competition on Team NA, look, it seems to be literally less than half what there is over here. Like, so, some of the markets on Team NA are just like laughably easy to make gold in. Oh no, my pet's dead. Helps there's no Russian. That's such a massive misconception in itself. To assume that there's no bots over on Team NA is a fool's game. They have just the same problem with bots as we do. Nor is it really Nor can anybody really prove that the bots are Russian. I think that's not a fair assessment. One thing that has to be said is that they try harder. There's definitely an element of the fact that they try harder. Especially considering the vast majority of them that do play have to play with gold. They don't, you know, they might not even be able to buy their subscription. So if they don't make enough gold, they stop playing, which tends to lead them to play a lot more. And they try a lot harder. Of course, that does mean some of them might resort to ways and means outside the TOS of the game, but it's not fair to pinpoint that on all of them. And I think, to be honest, it's more down to just a numbers game. EU is one region. Team NA is one region. I would go as far as to say there's probably twice as many players in the EU as there are on NA. So, you know, twice as many players, twice as much competition. True, twice as much demand, but, as we know, supply always outstrips demand, given enough time. Isn't NA also South America? I don't think it makes that much difference. Like, you've got the entirety of Europe. That's a lot of people. Oh no, I've pulled too many again. This is going to be the death of me, isn't it? You get off my ass. Get off my ass. Oh, we did alright. We're fine. We're fine. I think I've still only had one knowledge point from this. This is proving to be outrageously time consuming for what it returns. It's not usually taking me this long to get my skinning points. I think I'm just unlucky. I've literally got one. Oh no. I've literally got one. I've got 4 more basic ones and then the big one. And the big one's actually only 2. Oh, sheesh. I've just also seen the time. I actually don't have much more time to be playing video games today. I'm leaving the house in like an hour. Skinning's the worst for weekly knowledge point drops. Yeah, it doesn't feel good, does it? I've done this a few weeks previously, but I'd never really paid too much attention to how much time it's taken. But I'm skill 62 and I've had 1 toughened Tempest pelt, I think. But at least we're making gold while we do it. Admittedly, not a lot, but we're at least going forward. Leaving the house? Yeah, I'm away this weekend. So in about 2 hours' time, I'm going to log off, and I won't be logging back on until probably Sunday evening. Which is not going to do great things for my auction house and my gold flow, but as a real human being, sometimes I feel the need to put the turn the computer off. It's going to be the winter soon, and then when it's winter, there'll be far less opportunities in this country, at least, to leave the house. So I'm taking one of the last weekends of opportunity. I think I'm dead here, aren't I? No, we somehow survived that. Which gathering professions do you recommend if you had to pick 2 or 3 of them? 2 out of 3 of them. Well, herbalism and mining are my main 2. But as this is my herbalism and mining character. Even though I have enchanting and skinning right now, this is my herbalist and miner. I drop herbalism and mining. I pick up enchanting and skinning once a week. Harvest enchanting and skinning for its artisan security, because it doesn't really cost me anything other than a bit of time. And then I drop these 2 professions and pick up herbalism and mining again. So you kinda don't need to pick. You can only ever have 2 of them leveled up at the same time, but you kinda don't need to pick. It means over the weeks as well, you'll gain knowledge points in those other professions. You'll have skill. You'll quickly regain the skill in those professions. I mean, it literally takes half an hour, 40 minutes to level one of these gathering professions from skill 1 to 100. So it's not really any big sacrifice to drop them, pick them back up again. Too lazy to do more than 2, I think. Well, I mean, I'm not doing them all the time. I just do it for the easy, quick weekly gains. That said, I've probably not even put my flipping skinning tools on, have I? That would have probably helped. Without question, though, herbalism and mining is an absolute killer combo right now. And I think if you stick with it and you do it consistently and you learn your lap and you optimize your gold per hour with herbalism and mining, you're just printing money right now. You can make 40, 50k an hour on a brand new herbalist and mining character. If you've played for a little while, you're looking at like 60, 70, 80, 90, 100,000 gold an hour. Because prices are wild right now. Expecting a good route is well over 100k gold and gathering at the moment. Yeah, quite many people are starting to report that they're doing silly numbers with gathering right now. I would like to also remind people, I did tell everybody this way before the expansion even went live, that with Quality 3 being so difficult to gather, once you start being able to get some actual skill under your belt with these gathering professions, your gold per hour is going to skyrocket. And it absolutely has. Although this is fucking useless use of my time. If these damn skinning knowledge points won't drop. What am I? Skill 83, and I think I've had 1 so far. The harsh reality is I might have to can this off because I ain't got time. I genuinely don't have time. Might have to finish this another day. No, I've got 2, sorry. 2. All that time we got however many materials we picked up and 10 artisan security. That's annoying. Alright, well, I'm going to have to leave it there for now, boys and girls. Going to have to leave it there. I've been getting like 15k an hour. What am I doing wrong? I put points into the ones like Plethora of Ore. I don't know. I don't know. Talking about things you said before launch, how do we see Ingenuity balancing out over time? I mean, it's still useless. There's basically no reason to ever use Ingenuity. Unless it's entirely free. Like, usually you have to take Ingenuity instead of taking Multicraft or Resourcefulness, which instantly means it's still and always will be a bad decision. There were there's maybe only one circumstance where you look to use any Ingenuity whatsoever, and that's on something like your tailoring bolts. You'll have more tailoring bolt cooldowns than your Ingenuity will ever allow you to use, or your concentration will ever allow you to use. So you're going to be producing some quality 2 bolts anyway. So there's some slight argument, maybe, possibly. But even then, you probably want to use the vial that gives you Ingenuity. But you definitely don't want an Ingenuity tool, because to have an Ingenuity tool, that means you have less resourcefulness, less multicraft. Still the same. Ingenuity is just the 3rd best stat, and it always will be. If you get it for free, take it. But if you have to take it instead of taking something else, don't. How about if you're making rank 3 enchants? Resourcefulness is still 100% better. Because it will save you crafting cost on every one of those enchants that you make. Ingenuity is not going to save you a penny. It's not going to save you anything. It might give you the chance to make another enchant if it procs twice. But you're still going to have to pay for that enchant, and you're still going to be paying a higher price than somebody that took resourcefulness. So yeah, it's still no good. Still no good. I've won 100 knowledge point Herba Miner character. Might start a 2nd gatherer on my 2nd account and just ride along, gathering on 2 accounts. I'm worried I'll get reported for multi-boxing. You should be fine if you're doing it on 2. I don't think there's much chance of you being... I don't think there's much chance of that. I know a lot of people do that. It's a smart move. You almost double your money. But, boys and girls, I've got to leave it there for today. Thank you all for joining. It is, of course, Friday, which means we will be back on Monday. So have yourselves a wonderful weekend. It's been a fun start to the Mythic season. I suspect this evening and probably all of the weekend, I suspect, is going to be pretty busy for sales. So if you are crafting and selling stuff, best of luck. We'll be back on Monday. I don't think there's any interruptions or anything going on particularly next week. So I think it's going to be a relatively standard week. Streams Monday through till Friday. I might even put some effort into making some YouTube content next week as well. Right, so I managed to catch you live. Sorry, my man. Sorry. I am going to have to love everybody and leave everybody now. But have a great weekend, and I'll see you all on Monday. Peace.